The hell was that? Happy Monday, y'all. I hope you had a beloved Saturday, Sunday weekend. I certainly did. Once again, Divine Liturgy was beautimous. Today we're going to look at Destiny, talking with Destiny and Kisin, who did okay. You know, he's not the, my critique of these guys is that it's ultimately liberalism versus liberalism. Even Destiny and Kisin, it's the same problem. Now, he's in a similar position as, like, say, Carl Benjamin, where they acknowledge the problems with a fractioned society. They acknowledge the issue with strict individualism. They see the issue ongoing with the inability to maintain a singular identity for a nation. And so, but they never get to the remedy. They don't know where to take it. They don't know what to prescribe because they don't want to be bigoted, narrow Christians. So what do? They just kind of go, well, this is a problem, and you blue-hairs are a problem. And then the blue-hairs like, well, you guys are a problem. Sounds like Ben Shapiro. I can't even do an impersonation of Destiny without sounding like Ben Shapiro. My wife gave birth to our son. Glory to God. She's a champ. Welcome to the world, Zachary John. Beautiful. That's awesome, dude. How cool. Carl is a cringe. He's a bit cringe. A bit cringe. All right. So, might as well get into it. I've got a fun week planned. I got tomorrow, I got another stream I'm covering. And then, I already forgot what it was tomorrow. And then I think on Wednesday I'll cover, Jay had Stefan Molyneux on, who I might have a very similar critique against. Of course, you guys remember the debate between Jay and Stefan Molyneux, the infamous 7 coconuts. We'll see if Molyneux has developed any of his meta-ethics. Going from beauty and edification, divine liturgy, to the banality of evil of destiny will make us appreciate it even more. Yeah, pretty much. We shall see. Alrighty. Shall we do this? Should we do stuff? Thank you for that tenor. All right, let's take a look, see about this guy. All right, who is he? Here's this guy. That's him. That's him. And make sure we...
Well, okay. So there's 2 questions there. What is national identity and what is immigration? Why don't we start in reverse and talk about immigration? Take Britain as an example, right? So I've lived in this country. I came to Britain it was just about Russia. Prior to that, it was the Soviet Union in 1996. So let's go back to 1991.
My schedule stream. I know I'm boomering out here, you guys. You gotta forgive me. I got 2 things going on. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know what? Because I'm using Restream, and so it's doing all sorts of crazy stuff. So ignore the first one that's scheduled, right? And then just only look at the one that's here. Let me delete that one actually, so it's not confusing for anyone. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Just kick that one down. There we go. This one's down. Delete forever. Yep. Delete forever. Forever. Okay, now we're good. Okay, you guys?
Because that's the data when we have the census. 1991. What has happened in the last 35 years? So in the last 35 years ago, this country had a population of 58 million people. Today, the population is 70 million. Almost all of that is due to mass immigration. So the population of Britain, the immigrant population of Britain, that's first generation, people who've arrived, went from 4 million to 12 million in the space of 35 years, right? It trebled in 35 years. Now, you might say, well, is that a lot? Is that a little? Who knows? That is more people, in the last 35 years, more people came to Britain than came to Britain in the previous 2 millennia. So more people in 35 years than had come in 2,000 years. Now, that seems like quite a lot, right? Now, we'll talk about some more facts.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough to completely alter forever the identity, culture, practices, even the law, perhaps, of a nation. Now, of course, no one's a victim here because, like, the citizens ends up being a type of victim of the government who decides ultimately by way of female voting and 17, 18-year-old voters, right? Suddenly this wave of new people from very diverse, incompatible cultures. And so, yeah, there is a victim, but I'm saying, like, the country itself is at the mercy of its law and what it permits. And so when you permit this, it only takes like 40 years, 50 years. I mean, we saw with France. This is Paris. This is Paris. We saw that went downhill really quick. You can't even go to France now. If you go to France right now, you don't experience that you're in France. It's not even a hyperbole. Even Italy, if you go to the terminal in Rome and you get out and you're like, oh, beautiful, I'm finally in Rome. There's going to be some incongruent experiences insofar as what you expect when you're in a country that has an identity. So this has happened for enough years for it to pretty much produce a failure within that country. In this case, England is already, I mean, I hate to blackpill that, it's over. Like, you would need some type of legitimate, the irony is you would need immigration. You would need, like, immigration from all the places that the British people left. You, like, come back, basically, like Singapore did. Come back, like, please come back. Because ultimately what? It's Muhammad all over, dude. It's over.
It's about this, and
And all of Western Europe is not doing anything to stop it because they just bend over to these global paradigms, the United Nation paradigms, like the paradigm that says there is no illegal place to be. We're all citizens of the world. And then, add in the fact that people aren't having children.
we can talk about national identity. I'm going to take a little time, if you don't mind, just to lay this out.
Yeah, I guess just to kind of poke around as you answer.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just lay...
The dude always methed out. He's always just like in the, like transport Destiny in any alleyway in a major city and it makes sense.
Let's talk about what we mean by immigration, right?
Okay. Well, then also the mask,
yeah, exactly. Imagine there's no country.
Because I hear a lot of these words would be like, it was a lot of people.
Well, hold on.
I was like, what does that mean? Yeah.
I'm explaining it. So
Okay.
more people in 35 years than 2,000 years, that sounds like quite a lot of people. Is
Not
that fair?
necessarily, no.
Is that fair?
No, not really, right? In the
Not
context,
really.
like if I were to ask for like the total growth of wealth compared to like the last like 50 years might also dwarf the last 2,000 years, or the total amount of carbon pollution, or the total amount of TV episodes or plays written or songs written. Like I don't know if I would just arbitrarily say, I'm going to look at immigration and I'm going to measure it past some 1,000-year thing or whatever.
You don't think...
Now, I know this is rich coming from me, but is Destiny an actual legal dwarf? I was in London twice in 1 year in 2023. The change is just 6-month gap between trips was shocking. London is a disaster. Yeah. It's horrifying, dude. Absolutely horrifying.
that more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in the previous 2,000 years is quite a lot?
I just think that statement is like vacuous and meaningless. When we say quite a lot, what, like, should it have been less? Like, what kind of immigrants shouldn't have come?
No.
What does that mean?
You're making it into a moral conversation. I'm talking about purely numbers. You might think it's a great thing, right? Like,
Well, to be clear, I'm not talking.
hold on.
Just to be clear, I'm not talking moral.
You keep interrupting.
You said a lot, yeah.
You keep interrupting. So,
Okay.
if we're talking about quite a lot, you keep trying to make it a moral thing.
I'm not making it a moral thing.
If we're going to have a conversation, you're going to have to let me finish a sentence at least.
Well, just don't misquote my position.
Okay,
yeah.
so just calm down for a bit.
I'm super calm.
I know you've got your Red Bull. Just have
I
some
have my
water,
Red Bull.
chill
I'm
out.
still super calm.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a
Now-
very simple question. Yeah.
If more people, if you're making a moral issue, it becomes very clouded and complicated. Let's just talk about what we're talking about in terms of pure numbers, right? If more people have come into a country in 35 years than have come in 2,000 years, that is objectively a lot. Now, you might think it's a good thing. Like, I like ice cream, and if I eat a tub of ice cream, I'm not going to say that's not a lot of ice cream. I still like it, but it's a lot of ice cream, right? We'd accept that. It's more, a scoop is not a lot of ice cream, a tub is a lot of ice cream. So more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in 2,000
definitely.
years
That's what
is
I think.
objectively a lot of people, okay?
Just to be clear, when you say a lot, that's a normative value that's with respect to some kind of norm or when you
No.
say a lot.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
compared to before.
Yeah,
Compared
that's
to the entire
objectively
span of the
that is
history of this country.
objectively true. It's just kind of a meaningless
Well, thank
statement.
you.
Like
So you've
everything is
accepted-
a lot
you've
more
accepted
than the
that what
past
I'm saying
two
is
millennia.
objectively
Yeah.
true. I'm grateful.
Correct. Yes, that's
So-
a meaningless statement, but yes.
Now that we've got there,
He's like, it's like I smoked a pile of ambiguous drugs before I got on here.
what does it mean? Well, first of all, think about it like
Totally.
this.
like-
And again, it's not about whether you like it or not, whether you think it's a good thing or not, or a bad thing. The three biggest cities in this country, in the last 30 years, have ceased to be majority inhabited by the people who are native to this land. That's just a fact. And I am one of the people who's come here in that time. So I'm not saying it's only a terrible thing, but it's a
Yeah, why is... I mean, shouldn't we send Constantine back to the sand?
an objective fact. The three biggest cities in the country are now majority minority. London, and this has happened very quickly. London
Destiny.
was 80% white British in 1991. It is probably around 30% white British today. So if you have seen that level of change in the city in which you live, think about this as well. 3/4 of the people who live in this country today are over the age of 35. So all of this has happened within the lifetime of one generation, effectively. That is a level of change that is A, completely unprecedented, B, extremely transformative, whether you like it or not, good or bad, whatever you may think. You might think, oh, you know, the amount of different kinds of food has got better. It's true, objectively. But it's also true, objectively, that entire swathes of this city are no longer inhabited by the people who used to live here. Again,
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like the guy is speaking on behalf of the British. This is like this shows further the state of these countries. Is that even the people who are admittedly from their own view maybe shouldn't be there when it really comes down to it, they're the ones defending it. It's wild.
again, this is an objective fact. You can like it, you can dislike it, but that is something that has happened. This is true of London, it's true of Manchester, it's true of Birmingham, and it's true of several other smaller cities.
Wow, that's
in this
horrifying.
country. By 2060, according to current projections, white British people will become a minority in this country.
Already, bro. Thank you for that. Jim out of the Beast Bob. Went to my first liturgy yesterday. Father is putting me on a study mode to prepare for classes. Thanks for all your insights. That's awesome, Jess Gerald. Amazing. That's my favorite thing to hear.
2060 is the next 35 years, right? And that's the entire kind of demographic.
Yeah, it's because the indigenous white British people can't talk about it without going to jail. Yep, so they're like, we need you to talk for... It's funny, it's like flipped, you know, like the white liberals speak on behalf of the minority blacks. Not for the same reasons, but that whole thing's got flipped, and now the sand people have to talk on behalf of the whites because the whites are the minority and they can't talk.
Graphic transformation. These are facts. Forget about people's opinions, my opinion, your opinion. In terms of illegal immigration, there are now almost 1 million. We don't know exactly because it's hard to measure, but we have almost a million illegal immigrants in Britain today, which for a population of 70 million is quite a lot. And we currently spend 14 million.
The planners of these wars have this effect in mind? Of course.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Dude, the guy literally said nothing. He said an objectively true statement. He said the planners of these wars had this effect in mind. That's all he said.
£1 a day spent. I'm not talking about the cost to the taxpayer of having 1 million illegal immigrants here. I'm talking about how much we spend to accommodate them and all other things. Now, 14 million, is that a lot per day? It's quite a lot. But also this is happening at an unprecedented rate. More people come to Britain illegally today than came legally when I came here in 19...
Speaking of illegal people...
Sir, I believe that mass immigration in England is good thing. I don't see an issue.
Get out of here.
1996. I'll say that again. More people come here illegally every year than came here in 1996 when I came here.
Legally. Think about that. More people come to England. Was it England? Are they in England right now, or is he talking here like... I have a hard time believing Destiny flew to the United Kingdom to do this. More people come here illegally than they came legally. Like that number should be totally flipped in every case.
That's the level of change when it comes to illegal immigration, and the cost of it, £14 million a day, is increased by a factor of 10 in the last 10 years alone. So it's 1,000% more than what it was. Those are the facts about immigration. So when we talk about immigration and whether it's compatible with national identity, it depends on what we mean. If we're talking about 20, 30, 40,000 people a year, highly selective from compatible cultures as it used to be, perfectly compatible, and in fact I think probably quite desirable. If we're talking about what we've seen over the last 30 years, I don't think it's compatible with any sort of national identity at all. Now, I've been talking for a long time, so we can get to national...
I wish they would ask more questions, like, ask Destiny, is there such a thing as an incompatible culture dynamic? Is that a thing? Does that exist?
Identity after you've addressed that.
Sure. So I guess the thing that is a little bit strange to me about the immigration question is that sometimes I'll hear a bunch of descriptions laid out and I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. There's oftentimes a lack of a prescriptive statement. It seems like there's a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like. And then it feels like we're sometimes also lumping a ton of immigrants together. So for instance, when we say there have been so many more immigrants that have come here in the past 30, 35 years, but then we also mention like illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, these are all different groups of...
Is this not so erudite? What is happening? That makes you happy. Avarice had his first liturgy yesterday. That's awesome. And he's going to visit a monastery today. Avarice sends his regards. Nice. Nice. It's awesome.
People. So I don't know why.
I separated them out. I talked about legal immigration and illegal immigration, right?
I understand, but so the prompt has to do with basically can a country's culture, whatever, survive mass migration? Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration...
They are. So I just told you more illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you look at
they are mass migrating.
So then are the legal ones mass migrating, or what? Is it just...
The legal immigrants are also mass migrating. It's possible for them both to be mass migrating.
But it's like 10 to 1, right? So
yes.
So comparing the two, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of... We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. We talk about legal versus illegal.
We're talking about both, yeah.
Well, no.
I'm talking about both.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant?
Well, of course I do.
Okay.
But they are both mass migrating here. They're both coming here in unprecedented...
What is wrong with this guy's brain, dude? Like, I'm convinced these people, they don't even actually care. Like, people like Destiny, they don't even care what the topic is. They're just in, like, this weird, like, hypnotic debate mode. Like, they're just trying to figure out another way to look at it where that person's concern is not, like, a real concern. It's like a weird type of gaslighting. It's weird. 5'10", just an average.
Numbers.
Just an average.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented as you move
He can't admit it. It's just a dance. It's an annoying modern dance. It's like you just want to bulldoze. You just want to doze max. Those are max.
Forward in years. We have an unprecedented amount of technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of
I think you might be confused about the meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented as in it hasn't happened at that level before. Yeah.
Right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
Yeah, but the population is growing of the country, the population of the rest of the planet is growing, the economy is growing, there's a whole bunch of other factors at play. It's not like all else equal, there's just 10 million
Stop rocking your body, you little freaking meth midget.
people that have shown up. Like there's other factors at play at all points in time as well.
Stop it! Stop rocking your body. It's like when it's your kid, you're out at dinner and your kid's like rocking in their, at the table and you're stop it. Stop rocking.
Not to be outdone, I also went to my first liturgy yesterday.
Nice. Glory to God.
So
Yes,
it's a bit
Thanks, Vagine.
reductive to say like, well, we have an unprecedented wave of whatever. There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future we go.
No, that's
yes.
not true.
What's the thing that's been frozen in time?
What's a thing that's been frozen in time? I don't know. Japan speaks Japanese. French speak French. Americans speak English. They drive on the right side of the road in some places. They drive on the left side of the road in other places. The law, the structure of legality. Murder is illegal. I don't know. You can't gang rape people in public. I don't know. It's illegal to steal. You don't get let out on bail when you commit 5 violent acts. We don't eat with our hands. You meth midget. The distinction between legal and illegal immigration seems irrelevant anymore. Kind of, yeah. Their politicians are just adjusting policy as fast as they can to call it illegal. Immigrants legal. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. That's why you really can't take I just want to crack down on illegal. Like, the problem is so pressing that it's not a matter of legality. It's a matter of incompatibility. It's a matter of a cohesive group of people. You call yourself the country, the nation of people, and their ability to coalesce around certain norms. And if those things are incompatible, they can't merge. They can't intertwine. So it's not even a matter of legality. Like, I agree with that. It's totally irrelevant at this point. It's like stop at all cost everything, all of it. Completely stop it all. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is the one issue that I would apply some of the same prescriptives that they did during Karunka for individuals, like isolate, but for different reasons, of course. UK government is creating an Islamophobia czar, which means even less people can speak out about grooming gangs. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Horrifying.
Just explained it to you.
Yes, you laid out a bunch of numbers, and I just explained why they're
I
contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is the thing that's unprecedented?
Look,
I'm sorry, what would be a thing that is not changing in the past 30 years? Like, if you had to look at something.
One of the most...
I don't know, Destiny. Well, there's one on my mind. I don't know. Men can't have babies. How about the massive increase of children who identify as being gay? How about that? How about How about the unprecedented level of pornography that your types of people support the proliferation of?
Amazing things of arguing
The guy's such a fucking meth midget.
with anybody from your position is the extent to which they refuse to understand what words mean. I just explained to you repeatedly what unprecedented means. It means that it hasn't happened before. There have been times in the history of this country when its immigration was in the tens of thousands, and for us to go back to that would not be going forward to something unprecedented. It would be returning to something that we used to do.
Sure.
Right?
My question
and so
is,
what has happened in the last 30 years is unprecedented.
Is there anything in U.S. culture, in British culture, that has remained the same for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, for the past 100 years, that doesn't have an unprecedented thing happening constantly?
Absolutely. I mean, that is what a culture is. It was what is...
Yeah, the names of babies, bro. Just that alone, the names of babies, or the fact that there are entire ghettos dedicated for essentially Sharia law. Absent it's fully adopted into the justice system, the cultural phenomenon of what goes, what's okay within that location is given by an Islamic view. That's unprecedented in the UK. That there are these protected areas where you can't go through. You can't alter anything like that.
By the way, Destiny is a failed
Freak.
competitive gamer who wanted to prove he could beat his friend at StarCraft. I feel like this
freak, bro.
mindset has transitioned into political debate.
These fucking people, man, dude. They just get me. They just really piss me off. Just get me. Terrible. Horrifying. All right, let's just see what he keeps. All the nonsense. I don't even know if I can handle this. He's doing the same thing as a stance independent guy. The strategy is not based in truth or discovery. It's endlessly deconstructing every statement. Yeah, it's like ask yourself. I really don't know what you mean by that. I don't mean by change. I don't know anything that you mean by change.
preserved over
I don't know.
time.
How?
Yeah, haven't changed, exactly. Yeah, those go hand in hand. So if you look at the names, the general names of kids being born and their names have been, there's been a time where that hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It didn't change to Muhammad for a very long time, and then it did. It wasn't the case for many years where you would have an isolated. It wasn't a thing that happened. It was unchanged. That there was a place that there were no-go zones. That didn't exist. For a long time, that didn't exist. Untoasted plain meth bagel or a double toasted everything Liberty bagel, classic Bagalian dialectics. On a plus note, Konstantin's boyfriend got him a new Turkish hairline. Did he upgrade that? Is that something? What did he do? Wild times. Wild.
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by law. It's,
Can you? Yeah, but what is an example of a culture that is unchanging?
How much have you traveled around the world?
Probably more than you.
Probably not, actually.
Okay. So then you should be able to very easily answer.
That's, by the way, that's not an own. A grown man being like, I traveled the world more than you, that's just a bad look in general.
Well,
I'm
here's an
about
example
to.
of a culture that exists.
Every time I try and answer your question, you keep talking over
Well, it's
me.
because when you answer, you ramble and say irrelevant things. So my question
How
is
can I
like,
ramble in half a sentence?
you've been saying plenty of sentences. Do you think the speaking time up to this point is even, or do you think you've spoken more than me?
I have spoken more than you, but I haven't
Exactly. So
interrupted
then you've had
you.
an opportunity to speak. You're just not answering my question. So my question is very simple. What's a culture that you feel has been unchanged for the past 50 years? Or what is an example of cultural preservation? I feel like cultures are evolving all the time. It's definitionally a part of culture.
Of course, cultures are evolving all the time. But if you were to be plonked in 1970s Afghanistan and 1990s Afghanistan and 2010s Afghanistan and 1950s Britain, 1970s Britain and 2010s Britain, there would be common themes that run through both of those places so that you would instantly recognize, I am in Afghanistan.
Yeah, look at Japan, dude. You don't like the identity of Japan maintains. This is Japanese. These are Japanese people. Even if you pointed to micro things that altered, this is like funny. This is like the evolution debate all over again, but with culture. If you point to the micro things that change, maybe they changed the names of certain sushi rolls or something. Like maybe they got more lax about how they greet the elderly people or so forth, whatever. The identity of Japan is still Japan. So the reason it's similar to the evolution debate is they always look at these micro things that change and they say, this micro thing changed about this thing. These characteristics of this thing, right, changed. But this thing is itself, right? He's arguing there's no such thing. This is nominalism. This is what happens when you appeal to nominalism.
I'm in Britain. Would you accept that?
I agree that different cultures are different. Yes.
Right, well done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are. This is like saying
Different
that
cultures are different, which means that
that
they
wasn't
have
the
something
question.
about them
Yes, and
that makes them different.
If
right?
you have a brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives. But
But
that
there
doesn't
would
mean,
be a family culture that you have
But-
that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
you
would grow
wouldn't.
and change,
Of
right?
course.
So when you talk about
But
preserving
you're still the same
culture,
person, right?
What?
You're still the same person.
Yeah, but you're dramatically changed.
But you're still the same.
No. Are you
No, you're not the same. You're not the same identity.
the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The
I'm
same.
What do you mean by that? Hey, fucking methed out midget. Is he even American? Is Destiny American or is he Canadian?
You're not unchanged, right?
Are you pretending to be a moron or are you actually being one?
So your claim was that we need to preserve culture because cultures aren't supposed to change. And then
no,
you're
that's not my claim.
Okay, then help me understand. So
Okay, I will, if
because
you
because
stop
if you don't
interrupting
remember,
me.
this whole topic started with I'm curious. What is a thing that is precedented? What's the thing that happens continuously through all of history that isn't changing? And then you pointed to the fact that Afghanistan and the United Kingdom have different cultures. Like that's something that I would.
First of all, descriptively, there's two different things here, right? Descriptively, whether or not a culture or an identity itself changes over time, and then there's should it change just because it does, right? If Destiny's saying everything's in flux and everything's changing, well, there's a double side to that, right? Like even if you granted that at whatever level he wanted you to grant that, there would be nothing. He couldn't really argue against America becoming a fully Christian nation. He couldn't argue against that, could he? You know, it's just change, bro. Little mustache man, it was just a change, you know? It's just a change. It's not a big deal. It's just another change, right? I think it's a funny troll during a debate would be to make up fallacies named after the conclusions of people's arguments. Yeah, they don't even know. It's a made-up
Reject.
No, I
fallacy.
didn't. I was just explaining to you what cultures are, which are the cultural differences between groups of people that remain fairly constant over time despite changing somewhat as
Yeah, practices, customs, norms, etiquette, language, this kind of stuff.
all cultures do.
Your definition of culture is the difference between your culture and another
No,
culture?
I gave you my definition.
You just said. You said it
I-
was the
I came
differences
here-
between cultures that change over time that define one culture against another one.
Okay, let's reset.
Here's the question. The question ends up being this, and Konstantin's not doing necessarily great here. He's bringing up a point that's pressing, but he's not elucidating what he's pointing to as a fixed thing he wants to preserve. And you have to actually argue that you want to preserve it in the end. You're going to have to say, I want to preserve XYZ. And they go, well, why should you? And you just go, you use their standard. You say, because I want to. And they go, yeah, but why is yours better than the others? Because I want to. It's better because I want it. It's better because it's the thing I want. That's what makes it better for me. It's mine. I like it.
Jim Bob. Half black. It's worse. If he appeals to perpetual change, there's no reason to adhere to the changes that he wants.
Yeah. That's the thing, is Kisin isn't really being the aggressor here. He's being in defense instead of being the aggressor and saying, look, I'm declaring that there are 5 key components that maintain the identity, and could be a whole subset of things that could change while maintaining the identity. Perfect example here. Over a period of 30 years, Japan basically went from knights on horseback to a modern industrial and colonial power, an extreme change while maintaining their 100% Japanese-ness. Yeah. So that's the question, though. It's like, I don't think Constantine can really... this is almost like a forced, like someone else said, a Hegelian dialectic, because he's the representative of the thing maintaining, but he can't point to ethnicity as something, as even one of the components, because he himself is an immigrant. He still has a kind of an accent, a little bit. He's got something going on that's not fully British. So that's kind of like the weird part here, is that you want to cheer for Constantine against Destiny because Destiny is so reprehensible as a creature. But at the same time, you're not getting like necessarily a proper representation of, at least if you're from the United Kingdom. But like someone said, they're not allowed to talk. They'd get arrested. Andrew showed up about change is in... sorry. There's I'm reading 2 different sentences. His argument about change is insane. There has to be something changing for it to change. Yes, the thing itself. To occur at all, it relies on a stable identity. Yes, this is what's fascinating about nominalism, is that evolution, the way people talk about evolution and the thing called a human being or the thing called the this or that as a category, and they say it changes. What changes? What's the thing that maintains its identity that changes? If the identity changes, there's never an it. It's particular. It's a nominal thing. There's never such a thing as a singular thing that maintains its universal identity. And this is where this nominalist postmodern nonsense comes in. It's all just in flux. There's nothing maintaining. Andrew showed us the best way to confront Destiny is to adopt his worldview and say, I prefer. Yeah, that's all you do with these guys. You don't go into objectivity of morals or ethics. You just go, no, if things are changing and it's all in flux, okay, great. We want to use force, propaganda, policy, reproduction, and everything else to capture an identity that we agree with is the identity, and we want to keep it that way. What's your problem?
And
Okay.
you talk for a bit, and then I talk for a bit, and then you talk for a bit.
Well, no,
and
because I
talk
noticed
for a
that this is how it feels like a lot of these types of people, the centrists, the reformers, the MAGA, whatever, is you paint with such broad brushstrokes that by the end of a sentence, I feel like you haven't really said much at all. And I'm just kind of curious
Also, who's dressing this dude?
why when you guys speak about things
Dude looks like a 1993 sophomore yearbook photo.
like the preservation of culture, I don't really hear you allude to anything
He looks like a trapper keeper.
concrete. Or when you talk about wanting to preserve something, you talk about how something has changed. I don't necessarily...
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kisin at all. These guys are all classical liberals. That's the real take about all of this. Oh, they're having a really important exchange about, immigration and identity and nation dynamics and every, it's like, yeah, but you guys defend the same principles, classical liberal principles. That's it. That's all you got. That's all you have, dude.
necessarily hear like what are the things that are changing that you don't like. You'll point to things like crimes, but I mean like crimes are illegal, obviously.
You need them pointed out to you, Destiny? The kind of, I don't know, habitual behaviors we see. I don't know. What is the percent? It's like 98% of all gang fill in the blank is committed by a group of people who have names like Muhammad. That's like, I don't know, that seems to be a bit of a blip in the British cultural landscape. That wasn't really a thing. What do you have? What would be the second worst thing in England? Chavs? Like low class, essentially like British hicks or city urban dwellers who talk funny? That's it. They get in bar fights. It's an occasional death from a bar fight, from a pint or a knife. Totally different level of crime now. Type of crime. It's not even just the level. It's the type of crime. The types of crime. Jim Bob is coming out hard against Heraclitus, who developed the idea of the Logos as central to Christian theology. That's just a word concept fallacy. I'm not surprised, Kurt, that you're committing a word concept fallacy. The development of an idea, in this case, the concept of the Logos being rationality and logic, some thing independent of person that has its own sort of conceptual identity. The fact that someone developed that doesn't actually justify it, what it is. And this is the problem you had when you debated Eli, which, you were confusing the use of something or the definition of something versus the justification for what actually makes that a coherent idea to begin with. Well, even in the Greek sense of the word logos, you have to take it further in higher resolution to make it make sense in metaphysics. And the only way to make sense of the logos, even in the Greek conception of it, order in the world, rationality, reason, logic, these kind of conceptual, unchanged things, they need to be grounded in person, in mind. They don't have their own ontology independent of a person. So that's not really saying much, Kurt. Evolution describes change in accidents. It cannot account for the origin of substance. It can't even account for the kind of changes that they're talking about, actually.
That they shouldn't be happening. I just don't really hear anything concrete ever, and it's very unsatisfying to listen to a bunch of people kind of ramble on and on and on without ever having a clear point about what they're talking about. So I guess I'm just
why does he dance in his chair?
trying to figure out for British or American culture, what are these things that you feel are common? Maybe you go back
What's weird is that's a kid's mic.
30, 40, 50 years that were common across the whole country that you
That's a child's home karaoke mic.
feel are changing in a way that they never changed in the past.
Okay. Done?
Are you going to answer that question? He's not going to answer the question. Go ahead.
I stand near a river and I say, see, it's still a river. Nothing here is moving or changing. The identity of the water is not changing. It's still a river. It doesn't change into a not a river. It doesn't change into the mountain. It's still water. It's all connected as one body of water. What are you talking about? Has it ever, when you put your foot in a river, is it ever not a river? The old adage that says you're never stepping in the same river twice. No, it's the same river. Otherwise, you deny the identity of what you're stepping in. That is to say, you're not stepping in anything because the thing you're stepping in changes every millisecond, such that there's no perceivable constant identity of the thing. To say the river changes is to say the river has its identity, and there's an aspect of the river that changes, but the river itself is still the river. You guys are sophists, man. You should be all rounded up.
I've attempted to answer your question many times, and I'll do so again.
Seriously. Like, everyone's worried about immigration. I'm like, round up the sophists.
again. However, first of all, am I going to be okay to speak now for a bit?
No, Alan, no, it's actually worse, Mumble. It's he stands by the river, puts his foot in, and he says there's no river. It's impossible to know the river because there's no identity to point to. It can't be a thing. It's a particular that changes, and so it's nominal, and there's no such thing as the universal, the river. Nonsense. This is sophistry. And these people defend this stuff because whatever, their habits, their jobs. I wouldn't be surprised if Alan Kurt here was like a, psychotherapist and sold, intoxicating, horrific drugs to children. I wouldn't even be surprised.
Is that going to happen?
Sure. Can you repeat my question first so I know what you're...
Your question is about what is culture. You brought up crime.
That wasn't my question. My question is, over the past
That wasn't my question.
30 or 40 years, what are things that have changed in American or British culture that you feel...
This dude is the living... He's like the future living memory of Woody Allen.
Over the past 200 years before that were unchanging.
Okay. One of the things that has changed in Britain over the last 30 years is we now have extensive number of Islamist terrorist attacks, mass stabbings, mass rape of British girls by Islamist.
Is what not a continuum fallacy? The person who's denying the existence of the river? I'm not sure what you're asking.
And Muslim grooming gangs. This is not something that...
The continuum fallacy is like, in this case would be, at what point do you determine a river becomes a river from a lake or something like this? Or at what point do you determine a pile of sand, like Sorite's paradox, is a pile of sand? But that's a pile of the thing. The reason this is a different question is we're not talking about whether or not there's some arbitrary distinction between three items of sand and a pile of sand, but rather does the sand itself change? The identity of sand. What sand is. Does that change?
Happened in this culture before.
Okay, so sexual assault and rape did happen before in
Did you hear the
culture,
words
right?
I said, or did
So
you
you said
take
grooming gangs. I know there's the example from the 80s and 90s of the Rotherham
They're not from the
grooming
80s
gangs.
and 90s. They're happening right now.
What is another grooming gang example? Because I know there are rapes and stuff that happen, but I don't think there are...
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you.
This
So
guy.
grooming gangs,
This guy.
this is a euphemism that we use to pretend that they're not what they are mass rape gangs where young British girls, usually underage, but also often sometimes young women, would be plied with drugs, plied with alcohol, would be taken from the care homes where they were, predominantly by Pakistani, sometimes other Indian subcontinent Muslims. They would be targeted primarily.
Jim Bob sees a sandcastle and says it's just sand, no concept of levels analysis. No, a castle is built. That's totally a category error. What are you talking about? I don't look at a sandcastle and say it's not a castle. It's the opposite. The concept, the universality of a castle, I agree with. It's actually you, the nominalist psychopath, who denies that there's a castle, because there is no universal of a castle. From your view, the irony here. That's why you guys are terrible humans. You're terrible. You're like animals, truly.
Primarily because they were white and British.
It's still a form made up of sand, and the universal of what a castle is, I actually affirm that the universality of what a castle is has its own identity. You're the one who's a particularist. You're the one who's arguing that there's no such thing as a castle. The irony.
So these were racially aggravated hate crimes. And they would be mass raped over periods of years sometimes.
And it's like Kurt influences people. He influences people one-on-one. Messes up their mind and then gives them prescriptions on fixing their mangled mind. You've got a mangled mind, Kurt. Categories have identities too. Evolution says categories change, but also the categories are metaphysical and therefore don't exist. Yeah. Yep. The categories don't exist from these people's view. They're crazy people.
That did not used to happen.
Jim Bob is using a dehumanizing rhetoric. Who cares? What is it to you?
Happen in Britain.
Is that? I'm sorry. You don't. It comes coming from a guy who doesn't even have a distinction of what a human is. How could something be dehumanizing if humans are in flux and they're not their own category, dude? You psychopath.
That is a cultural.
I'm using your view, you stupid moron.
Used to happen.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Okay, you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
I am answering a question.
Well, but my question was, what are examples? I don't think this.
Dehumanizing. You don't even have a term for that, let alone an ethical view of why that would be wrong. You're dehumanizing. This is rude. This is wrong. This is that. Dude, from your view, we're beasts, dude.
This has happened outside of the Rotherham grooming gang, that whole scandal. There have been rapes. There have been...
We're all apes, but you're dehumanizing me. You're an ape, but you're dehumanizing me. It's a dehumanizing tactic. You literally think we were fish. You cretin.
Gang rapes, but the idea of like a coordinated grooming gang type mass Pakistani targeting British girls rapes, that type of thing is not a thing that I'm aware has been seen in
What?
Britain outside of the large Rotherham scandal.
So,
excuse me? Oh, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Did you hear this guy? This is not something I'm aware of. I just I'm not really aware of this being a problem. I'm just not really seeing it as a problem. I need to see this as much more of a problem. You know, this is like not a big issue here. JB can't see how someone could dislike a sandwich if they don't believe in God. What? What are you even talking about, dude? Why don't you say something that's consistent with my view instead of being a little liar? This guy doesn't have the chops to deal with Destiny strategy. Yeah, he's just as slithery, honestly. He's just as slithery, the other guy.
well, I don't know. I think the fact that somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million
Two
British
more, 2
girls
minutes.
might have been raped by these gangs is quite a big deal, and it represents a change in the culture of this country that I think is quite
I
unwelcome.
never said it wasn't a big deal. I think rape is bad. I just think it's bad.
Why is it bad from your view? It's not, dude. Look, it's just change.
When white people do it too. I think it's bad when everybody does it.
When white people do it too? What?
My understanding is right now for the crime stats in the United Kingdom,
2 eels.
it tends to be more
2 eels. 2 more on the goal. 1 minute, y'all. 2 more on the goal.
white people are even overrepresented in terms of sexual assault and rape. But I'm aware that there are immigrants that rape people as well. I think all rape is bad, but the idea that there is a mass Islamist, jihadist, rape gang-centered thing in the United Kingdom that's functioning,
So
I think
how many girls would
many are
have to
banned?
be raped for you to admit that
seriously.
it's a mass thing?
Yeah. When has it become a mass problem, Destiny?
the question isn't if it's a mass
Well,
thing.
if
The question is if it's
half a
organized. You have a
million
huge
girls-
problem with definitions.
if
I'm sorry, let me try to
half
keep this
a
tech.
mi- if half a
You're not
million
understanding.
girl-
You're not following the conversation.
Stephen, you
Rape
got
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
is bad,
If
but
half a million-
organized
let-
grooming gang
You've asked
rape
me a
is
lot of
that's a
questions,
different
and
thing.
every
It's really a question. Thank you so much for meeting the goal. It's really a question of this. A culture where grooming gangs is a normal thing, and for whatever reason, the culture, the justice system, the lack of whatever it is, right? Maybe their theology in general, who knows? It doesn't even matter the cause, really. The question for Destiny is really simple, and Kisin he's not being very aggressive here. He's not getting down to the brass tacks. If there's a culture that tolerates that type of stuff, should we be importing people from that culture that tolerates this stuff at all? Forget if it's legal or not. Should we import Generally speaking, is it a good idea to import people from a culture where that's a normal thing? Well, you know what Destiny would say? He'd go like this.
Well, I mean, it depends on what we mean by normal.
Depends on how frequent it was. You know? We have to consider these things. It's like, these people are insane.
Every time I answer them, you ignore my
really
answer.
at all, but
now answer my question.
Yeah.
Answer my question. If 500,000 girls have been mass raped in this way, specifically being targeted because they were not of a particular religion or ethnicity, how many of them would have to be treated in this way for you to admit that it's a mass thing?
Well, no. Forget the he's asking the wrong questions here. The question is, yeah, of course, the volume of the events would matter at some point. But it's not even the killer question. The question ends up being, you could ask the question this way: how many of these instances linked to particular ethnicities or cultures from different imported from different places? How many of these things would have to happen at that level for you to acknowledge that it was a cultural issue? How many? How many groups of men from a specific place, another country, who are now in the UK or any other place, how many instances where a group of 5 to 7 of them who all look similar and all speak the same language and habitually have the same religious identity, how many of those instances have to happen for you to acknowledge a cultural issue? Seriously. Yeah, like this guy, this is why you're like, is he an ordered up feature? Like, is he a little cog and he doesn't know it, this guy, Constantine? Or is it just because of his namesake? He has a decent name, it'll bring eyes. Destiny versus Destiny and Kisin. Oh, yeah. But it makes me wonder, like, how much of this is, like, sort of, like, organized, where it's, like, it's an organized failure. I mean, let's face it, this guy's not a debater, okay? Destiny, ironically here, Destiny is more of a debater than this guy.
What's the number that makes a answer my question?
The question wasn't. I don't know. I don't know how you would identify
Give
a
us a
mass
number.
thing.
Give us a number.
The question was organized.
Give us a number.
You
You said
500,001. So you're right. You're right beneath the threshold. Maybe tomorrow you'll have it.
It's actually.
So the question is
it's
there
actually
organized?
between half a million and a million.
Okay. I'll ramble for a second and then you can ramble after.
So you agree that it's mass.
My issue is because you guys, you do this thing over and over again where you won't accurately identify a problem. You'll invent these things because rape isn't bad enough. Now it has to be like a mass.
Well, it's not. No, it's not bad at all from your view. It's just something you don't like. It's not bad. I mean, look, culture could change Destiny to be, lead toward the commonality of this kind of gang attack thing. That could just be a normal cultural phenomenon, dude. It's just, look, Destiny, it's just changing. It's just changing. That's all.
Grooming gang rape thing. And then what happens is,
look, it's just changing.
You conservatives, you play this game where you falsely identify a problem, you lie to the audience about it, and then you manage to gain power. You go through with some wacky scheme. Go figure, the wacky scheme doesn't fix anything, and then somehow you come back with the same recycled narratives over and over again, asking for another shot at it. It's happening right now with Farage and Reform.
This is just meta nonsense. They will never find a cultural issue at this point. They will just infinitely regress to another cause. Both of them will go, though. Yeah, it sucks to watch because, he could make Destiny look so bad right now with this particular issue with a couple of key questions, but he's almost asking the questions. That's what makes it really frustrating. It's like he almost asks the right question. It's like he's got like half of the question that he needs to ask in it, but it's not full to hit the home run. It's really annoying. It's just annoying to watch because like you can defeat him so quick. First, the defense of changing cultures away from an identity that's richly tied by ethnicity, theology, family, to some other place, some other culture that's imported. He's like, well, it's just changing cultures. What's the problem? Okay. Then why shouldn't a culture that moves to the UK bring its culture of gang activity? Why shouldn't it bring that? That's its culture, Destiny. It just wants to maintain that piece. That's a key piece of their culture, their heritage. They want that.
It happened with Brexit. Brexit didn't reduce immigration. It didn't help you with your economy. It didn't do anything really good for the United Kingdom at all. And then it's happening now with reform coming in and making all of these promises to the British people that you're going to be able to cut all of the revenues coming in. You're going to be able to increase all of your funding. You're going to have a no-wait NHS. And it's all built on the same lies over and over again that didn't help you affect any positive outcomes in the past. And it's not going to help you affect any positive outcomes in the future. You can sit here and you can be upset about it, but I watched you and Matt Goodwin debate on stage where you guys both made the bold prediction that once the Tories were out, your immigration numbers would be over 1 million per year. They plummeted to 300,000. I haven't heard you say anything about that. Your predictions were completely wrong, just as they were with Brexit as well.
People, what? Who was in that room? Who was in that room?
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. The problem for you is I voted Remain in the referendum.
Because you hadn't been bullied by the Cambridge students yet. I'm aware of the history, but I know.
So, you've come here with a bunch of talking points. That's great.
Hold on. We can break down
Stephen,
anything you want.
Stop interrupting.
Don't accuse me of having talking points.
Stop
Deal with my
interrupting.
arguments.
Stop interrupting.
Then address what I
Stop
said.
interrupting.
See, I'm not a fan of either of these guys.
Stop interrupting.
I'm not a fan of either of these guys at all. Like, not even a little bit. It's just like two kids who refused to play elimination because they were scared of the ball hitting their face. Like, that's, to me, it's like two wimps.
Address what I've said.
Stop interrupting.
Is this an old video? I don't think it's old, actually.
I believe in you.
Stop interrupting.
Stop
I let you talk
interrupting.
and I let you make your points. Have some respect for me and for my opportunity to express myself as well.
Ooh.
That is how a debate is conducted. So stop interrupting. We started this with a conversation about mass immigration, and I gave you the facts on it, and I defined what immigration is, right? Mass immigration. Now, you're talking about culture. I also explained to you what culture is, and I explained it to you by explaining that it's a continuity of certain things, which may also evolve over time. Now, in terms of your point about mass immigration since Brexit, I was not a supporter of Brexit. I didn't think it was necessarily a good idea. And I agree with you that it hasn't reduced immigration. But I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation. We have had mass immigration happen in this country continually over a long period of time, which has changed the country in the way that I gave you. And I gave you a number of examples, like Islamist terrorism, like grooming gangs, and other things, which I don't think you're able to address because they counteract the...
How about just language? How about burqas? How about food? Like, you could even do food if you want, but like the changes, you could point to things that for a larger portion of time were unchanged. Like even basic things. You can go to women's women rights, women's having rights. You can go to Iran. You could go to any place that is trying to preserve the classical liberal approach, the democratic, a constitutional Bill of Rights approach to how to organize society. You can definitely go to a point in time where something in that was fundamentally unaltered for a time period, fundamentally for a long time. I don't know why this is so ambiguous. Why, like, what are we talking about here? Just basic stuff. Signs. What language street signs are in? Simple. The language of street signs.
The argument that you keep making, which is, well, nothing changes when you bring in 8 million people over 30 years.
Did I say that?
Can I finish, please?
Did I say that?
Can
Why do you
I
have to
finish?
invent
Can I finish,
points?
please?
You just can't address anything.
Can I
say?
finish,
Okay.
please? If I
Pretend it's
interrupted
a
you,
podcast
if I
episode. Go ahead.
interrupted you every
Make a
time you
position for me.
misrepresent my
Go for
argument,
it.
you'd never talk at
Go
all.
for it. Okay.
So can I finish, please? You made the point that basically what I'm trying to say is, not trying to say, what I'm saying is, when you bring in large numbers of people into a country from a different culture, that will necessarily change the culture. The other thing that I explained to you is there's been such a large wave of immigration into this country now that has fundamentally changed the sense of British people about the place in which they live. It is affecting the demographic dynamics of major cities in this country and the way people feel about that. But all of those things, the facts that I gave you about immigration, they are what they are. You can think that they're good.
Yeah, in the end, it's just this particular topic, Konstantin is not the guy. He's just not the guy. You know why? Because he's a bit reserved, because he is of a culture that's not a British. Ultimately, he's an immigrant. So this is why it's so annoying to watch, because you're not getting like a pale-faced British guy that you could barely understand what he's saying because he's so British. Coming in and going, this, names of kids, names of streets, the architecture, the sound of freaking Islamic chants at 6 a.m. I don't know, the street covered by a bunch of people bowing in the streets, blocking the streets. There's so many things, man. And this guy's just like, oh, yeah. He's just such a weakling, dude. I thought I'd be able to get through more of it, honestly. I just can't. Can't do it. So instead, I'm going to go to this atheist philosophy bro guy. He's talking about, he's making a defense. He's saying atheism is not irrational. Of course it's irrational. His name is Emerson Green. I commented and I said, I'm going to be reviewing this video, and now my comment is gone. Now, of course, YouTube does delete comments, so I'm not going to assume any bad things here. But, Emerson, just so you know, I did leave a comment. I said, I'm going to be reviewing your silly video, and now my comment's gone. So I'm just raising my eyebrows, okay? Just a little bit. Okay? All right. Let's take a look, see what this guy has to say. He's reviewing something by Hayden Carroll, who's probably some Protestant or maybe even a Mormon. The Irrational Worldview of Atheism. I don't know if they have good arguments over there. I agree with them, the conclusion. Atheism is ultimately irrational. It has to be, because if atheism can't justify or give an account of what it is to be rational to begin with, it can't be deemed as rational. It doesn't make any sense. Atheism has no account for rationality, rationality itself.
Than many of my atheist friends might suppose. Because you might be like, hey, isn't your whole thing that the world...
Are you purposefully doing an impression of Cameron Bertuzzi, or whatever his name is? Candice Bertuzzi? I like that atheists are now forced into the position of defending their system as rational rather than specific evidentiary claims, putting them back in. Yes, it's great. It's the best thing in the last 5 years, honestly.
world is ambiguous, and it's kind of dumb to have like really, really strong, confident opinions about something.
Dude, how do you sound like Cameron Bertuzzi, like a one-to-one? Look, if you want your channel to blow up, Emerson Green, dress up as Cameron Bertuzzi, import that stupid background he has, and just mock him.
Something like God's existence. It's like, yeah, that's why I am against this kind of claim that, like, well, atheism is just ridiculous. But specifically about rationality, I think a reasonable belief is one that's justified. like just it's one that makes sense to hold.
Really?
It's one that is likely to be true given the evidence that you have.
Okay, buddy. So let's just take that. How does atheism justify that as a process, as a thing? These people are all the same. They just grant themselves the methodology, and they're like, look, atheism is a conclusion that is justified, and I went through the evidence, and you're like, no, dude, you're assuming a worldview that doesn't have God, and you're utilizing a system, a methodology that you can't make sense of. You just make sense of the conclusion given that you grant yourself the bucket of tools like thinking, like mind, like the fact that you're a person, like there's an evaluator, like there's a knower. They just give themselves all of these. I'm a knower. I know things and I could now determine stuff. And then you ask them flat out, what's your philosophy of mind then? Is it just brain? What is it?
That's roughly how I see rational belief. So that means that what's rational for you to believe depends on your evidence, broadly construed.
Nope, wrong. Emerson, this is so low tier philosophy, boy. Evidence needs a paradigm. If the paradigm is atheism or naturalism or physicalism or some variation, an entailment that, the entailment of denying God leads to any of these varied positions. You can't just look at the evidence, because in this case we're talking about a worldview, Emerson. The worldview is what's interpreting what you call evidence. Okay? How do you like Father Rose's book? Picked up after liturgy. The way it's ordered is very cool. The big one, Genesis, creation, early man. It's my favorite so far. And it's intimidating because it's massive. Alan Kurt says, justification, quote, why'd you put that in quotes, works simply as a grammatical intensifier for those sorts of claims. No. Now you need a justification for a grammatical intensifier, whatever the fuck that means, you creep. You pervert. You're such a nonsense machine, dude. Justification, quote, works as a grammatical intensifier. I'm sorry. What justifies that justification is a grammatical intensifier? You mean it's arbitrary? No kid in preschool needs to justify that they want a nap. No, we're not talking about what you want, dude. We're talking about whether something's true. Not whether someone wants something, dude. What is wrong with you? Seriously, what's wrong with you? Your brain should be in a wheelchair.
Your evidence, broadly construed. But no two people have exactly...
This is what happens, man. This is what the brains of these people are just pure mush. They're just so intensely in rejection. They're in such a not God position that they will say anything. They'll say anything. Anything comes out of their mouth. They don't even think about it. They're just like, well, I'll just say this one then.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, how do you quantify intensity? Is that another justified belief? What intensity is? It's like they're just nonsense, dude.
Evidence.
Yeah, he's full of fallacies. Yeah, he's off, dude. The guy's off.
Like, we all have different life experiences. We have different...
Toronto Bible rhetoric. No. I just told you why it's dumb. You just didn't listen. You just made another objective statement about intensifier. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's look at it again, numbskull. Justification works. How do you determine something works? Simply as a grammatical intensifier. That's a meaningless gibberator word. A grammatical intensifier. And you move over to some other claim. No kid in preschool needs to justify that they want a nap. No, the question of a kid wanting a nap requires an assumption that they themselves are a person that can know things. The question is epistemology. The question is, are they a human or are they just a mechanism? The question is, do they have a mind, or is the kid who wants a nap just under the illusion that they want a nap? That's what's in question. What are you talking about? It's just such nonsensical. It's just, it's like, it seriously is like, I can't even classify it. Most people know how words like very and a lot work in English. I guess you don't. You don't have any arguments. It's pathetic, dude. Listen, you're a pervert, and you sell psychiatric drugs to kids. So,
Intuitions. We have different bodies of testimonial evidence.
I don't need a justification for that statement, by the way.
Read
It's just a grammatical intensifier.
different books and watched different videos. Even if we watched the same videos, we might have not watched them in the same order, which can make a difference. You might not have
I prefer intense grammatifiers.
watched them with the same background knowledge.
So you don't understand the crap you're in, Alan. You just said justifications, quote, are just grammatical intensifiers. That's a statement. Now, so it's only a grammatical intensifier I'm asking for you to justify the statement. Justifications are just grammatical intensifiers. That's what you said. You're a nonsense machine.
So, given where you're standing on the epistemic landscape, it can be totally rational for you to believe in God. And it could be rational for me to not believe in God. Like,
No, it can't be. It can't be rational for you to not believe in God.
if I could wave a
You know why, Emerson? Because you need a worldview to tell me what rational means. You need access to what it is to be rational. That means an absolute standard for what it is to be rational and non-rational. Look at him looking into the sky. I could be totally rational not believing in God. Yeah, how did you determine that?
magic wand,
I'm pretty sure, dude, you're just flying around, dude. You said a justification is a grammatical intensifier. Now, is that a statement that needs a justification or not? Yes or no? Creep.
and give like a random atheist watching this, if I could give,
I've seen you debate, dude. You're a nonsense machine. When you debated Andrew, dodged nonsense. When you debated Eli, dodged nonsense. You just make stuff up just to talk. You're a lonely peckerhead.
if I could like make your mind identical to Richard Swinburne's mind, it would be then rational for you to believe in God. And if I were to transform your mind to be exactly identical to Paul Draper's mind, then it would be rational for you to not believe. So that's like, rationality comes pretty cheap.
Oh, really? You just grant yourself rationality?
It's actually not that hard to make something rational. Like, it's not
Oh, really? Look at him. Watch the work this guy does. Listen to the work. Listen to what he's saying.
that hard to imagine someone who has a certain body of evidence such that it's actually perfectly reasonable for them to hold their beliefs. Like if someone was like, take something that's like, as
He keeps saying things like someone. You see what they do? This guy, he's got his new glasses from Warby Parker and his new orange microphone, and he's like, yo, no, it's totally someone. What's a someone? What are you talking about? Someone. He's speaking as though his worldview, atheism, can justify the thing called a someone as opposed to the it, a purely biological mechanical device. Okay? He's granting himself evaluations, which under the atheist paradigm do basically reduce to material reactions. That's it. They never get out of this. But they think they get out of it because in their heads they're going, well, no, I grant myself personhood, mind, evaluation, interpretation of sense data, evidence, philosophical musings, ponderance, utterance. No, I'll just give myself all of those things.
Close to obviously false as we can get, like flat earth or something. It's like if you were raised in some kind of cult or something and like kept away from the internet and libraries, and you've been told by every adult in your life that the earth is flat, you only have flat earth books, you don't even know that anyone thinks the earth is round. Say that you're like, 10 years old or even like 15 or 20 years.
You've yet to prove how complex matter can't produce an evaluator. Let me rephrase the question. You can't prove matter, pure matter, how complex matter can't produce matter, an evaluator matter. No, the question isn't whether or not complex matter can't produce what you call an evaluator. What I'm saying is that if it's purely matter, what you call an evaluator is just matter. So I can prove that pure matter can't be an evaluator. Even if I granted you whatever you call an evaluator, I can prove that pure matter itself, pure matter, pure states of affairs can't be the evaluator. I can prove that through an argument. You can't argue otherwise without special pleading for the one thing that's purely matter that has this capability, this capacity to be an evaluator. That's like saying a chemical reaction can know the aboutness of another chemical reaction, and the other chemical reaction doesn't know the aboutness of itself. But there's this special chemical reaction that has the knowledge capacity, evaluative capacity to have knowledge about something to the extent it can discuss it.
Years old, and you've just never been outside this environment.
Jim Bob thinks the bathroom scale can't determine weight. When did I ever say that? See, you're a liar. You need to be a liar to be you. What are you talking about? The bathroom scale doesn't evaluate the weight. The bathroom scale is a mechanism determined by a mind. It's an engineered product. You snake.
Once in your entire life.
You don't have any arguments, Kurt. You're a weak coward whose hard drive should be checked.
All the evidence that you have available to you says that the earth is flat.
Why isn't a sun special pleading? You see where these people are, you guys? Excuse me? Why isn't a sun? What do you mean a sun special pleading? Why isn't the boiling water special pleading? You don't understand the argument. What are you talking about? Do you know what special pleading is? Special pleading is giving something that's in the same category as everything else a special, unique quality or capability that the other things in its own category doesn't have. The sun doesn't evaluate. Boiling water doesn't evaluate. Okay? None of it. No events in space that you can point to that happen and unfold in time are doing the evaluation of their own thing. What special pleading is holding evaluations as just another physical event that happens in time, but giving it some special capability. That's special pleading.
All of it. It's like, oh, so is it rational?
Is the Earth round? I think so.
Rational for them to believe the earth is flat? Yes, it's rational for that person to believe the earth is flat. It's not rational for you to believe it because you should know better.
Yeah, this is the killer right here, right? If two things are physical events, what makes one physical thing, one evaluation, true, and another evaluation, which also just a physical event, false? They don't have an answer to this.
I mean, you do know better. You have plenty of evidence on hand. Like any one of us could probably make a decent argument against flat Earth, like on the spot. But that might not be true. Like it just depends on your position on the epistemic landscape. So that's why it drives me so crazy when people say their opponents are irrational or unreasonable, because, just because they're wrong doesn't necessarily mean they're irrational. And I think that maybe what's happening here is people are getting the concepts of truth and rationality kind of confused. Like, those are not the same thing. Like, obviously there's a fact of the matter about whether the earth is flat, and there's a fact of the matter about whether God exists. So like, somebody is right and somebody is wrong here.
No. You have to have a capability of saying that, Emerson, and that's what makes atheism irrational. Ultimately, the atheist worldview, Emerson, you're making a statement that a proposition can be right or wrong, can be true or false. There has to be a fact of the matter here. Well, no. Actually, you don't even have that. It's relativism. You think that's obvious. And you think it's so obvious that when someone, quote, presups you and says, wait a second, I'm not granting you that that's obvious. I'm not granting you brute fact. I'm not granting you a philosophy of mind that's not consistent with atheism. You don't get to borrow the metaphysics of Christianity or some other worldview you don't believe in and just insert it into your naturalistic paradigm. No, you don't get to do that. He's saying there's some ultimacy of the truth of the matter about the shape of something or the operation of something, or that two propositions about something, they could either both be false, both be true, or one be true and one be false. He's just granting himself all of that. But they never really understand, these philosophy atheists. They never really understand that how much they're granting themselves. They're granting themselves an entire thing that's not found in nature that has to be presupposed. And you know what they say? Well, no, those are just axioms. Those are axioms. Are you going to debate Marty Leeds on the Bible being astrology based? No, but I'll help make that happen. Someone like, if he wants to, David Patrick Harry or someone like that who used to, has a background in all of that. Me, myself, no, I don't really have an urge to interact with Marty Leeds much at all. I think he's one of the closest thing to a personified demon. That's what I think of Marty Leeds. Like, riddled with pride. Marty Leeds has so much pride. If you put him next to a video of all of the gay pride parades that happen in the United States, his single image dwarfs that compilation.
That's not relative, but rationality does kind of depend on who we're talking about. It is subject dependent.
I'm sorry, is that statement subject dependent now? You see the sophistry here? Relativism. So he just made a claim, and his silly audience, who's filled with atheist spurgs, don't question his claim right there. That question right there. Just says it willy-nilly. Axiomatically, bucko. It's an axiom. What's an axiom? Well, it's the thing definitionally that requires another axiom. Whoopsie. They grant themselves the context they choose to adhere to, but also don't believe in religion. Yeah, they're just, it's totally ad hoc.
Because we don't all have the same evidence available to us.
A moon landing debate? Maybe on Scud, but I don't even think that question is really conducive to a debate atmosphere. I think that question's better for like fun presentation videos, animations, skits. There are some topics I've learned over the course of 5 years here, doing debates and a variation of ways of presenting things, that there are some topics that are better presented in like parody, like hyperbolic skits, animation, to get the point across. And some of them are just like, I've seen almost every moon landing denier affirming debate, and it's just so, it's like, it's what's the word? It's a disservice to how awesome the topic is. For some reason. I don't know why, though. I actually can't isolate why that is.
To us. So Yeah, I mean, it's just such a low bar to say that
There are many religious people who are atheists. Buddhism does not require a stance on the God concept. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant, even if that were true. Atheism itself is still a worldview.
that atheism can be rational or that theism can be rational. It's just you're wrong. You are wrong almost immediately when you say, well, the irrational worldview of atheism.
It is.
So
It's a worldview. You don't get atheism without assuming some slew of assumptions, right, within metaphysics. You don't get to atheism without assuming something about mind. You don't get to atheism without assuming something about truth, its nature, its ontology. You don't get to atheism without some view of the natural world and how it operates, meaning, universals, language, all of it, right? You can't. Atheism, the worldview, is a non-God worldview. That's what determines it to be a worldview. It's a view that all of reality exists independent of a God. That's everything. That includes everything that you're using to come to that conclusion exists independent of a God.
I don't know if I need to drive the point home any harder than that, but like you could go deeper if you wanted to. You could start talking about internalism, about justification. Hang on, let me read the chat real quick.
Do you have anything meaningful to say about the universe expanding? Yeah, I have something meaningful to say. Is the universe a singular thing? What is it you're looking at to say it's expanding? Is it the space between particular objects that's expanding? Is that the universe, the space between objects? Is that what you're calling the universe? Is the universe a metaphysical term, like reality? Is it the collection of all particulars? How do you have access to all particulars? Captain Lurk? You lurk off?
There's a lot of people here. Sending chats. I mean, oh, man, why do you got to be so nice? Can you people just be mean for once? So
I'm mean.
I could feel
I'll be
better
mean.
about myself. Well, hi, Hayden and the Stick of Joseph folks in Utah, Rebecca.
Oh yeah, he is critiquing. Actually, that's actually more interesting than this guy. This guy sucks. So boring. Can you imagine this guy being the guy you call when you in the deletion prevention hotlines? You get on the phone with this guy, and ironically it works because of because you start giggling at the joke that when you call into a deletion avoidance hotline, that the person is so unbearable. And you're like, this is like a joke, right? You guys doing a prank on me? If the space between all objects was increasing, wouldn't that mean that all objects are also getting bigger because the space between their molecules? Well, it's all relative, Extanglia. Don't you know? It's all relative. Yeah, instead I'm going to go to the Mormons and see if their critique of atheism is rational, because Mormonism is insane, as you guys know. So that's actually way more interesting than this Emerson Green dork. The irrational worldview of atheism. Hayden Carroll. Let's see what we got here. Is it a live stream? Videos. Where is it? The irrational. You'd think this was easier to find here. The irrational view of atheism. Here we go. All right. This is going to be probably better.
Pause it, say the big The niche that I fill and that I saw needed to be filled in the LDS, Latter-day Saint online apologetic space, is to do what we see Steven Crowder and more recently Charlie Kirk, as people are more familiar with him, go out on college campuses, set up a table, have a banner with some sort of prompt that encourages people.
Very provocative.
It can be provocative, depending. We can talk about some of those.
Yeah.
But you want something that sparks people's interest, that
Atheism is the most contradictory and pathetic religion. They believe every thought is a delusion. They believe they have no mind. They believe in no truth. They believe they are their own God. They are always sophists.
That's right.
Atheism should be outlawed.
It should be. Yeah, I would at least and you don't go to jail. You just get exiled forcefully. The space between the galaxies gets larger. Oh, you have galaxies? How do you know it's not one big galaxy, Bucko? How did you determine it's not just one big galaxy? Like, what do you mean? What constitutes one galaxy from another galaxy? How do you know it's not one big galaxy?
Not necessarily offends them or is looking to offend them, but some people may be offended by it and come up and talk to you about it. So, and some people walk up and they just say, "I'm offended by your sign," regarding the Trinity and things like that.
Within the next 100 billion years, we'll be able to observe. Yeah, how do you know that? This dude's a troll.
But a lot of people sit down and say, actually, I want to know what you're talking about. And so it's simply a way for me to go out do arguments, right? Because some people walk up and they say, you think atheists are stupid? And I say, no, I think a lot of atheists are actually really intelligent. I think atheism, if you want to believe it, even though the data that we have actually goes against it, we'll talk about that today regarding the teleological argument. Once you accept it, you have to accept these presuppositions, or these implications rather, of atheism that go against common sense, including lack of free will, lack of consciousness, morality, things like that. We'll talk about that today. So that's why it's stupid, because it doesn't align with what we actually see in the world.
It pigeonholes you into a position that you probably don't want to.
That's exactly right. And most atheists who don't know a lot about the implications don't think.
For a cosmic accident, we sure seem to be on the verge of a lot of unlikely things that are predicted. The predictable accidental universe is hilarious.
That way, right? But the real...
Like, the universe is totally accidental. Atheism and naturalism has more to say about the world than theism because of how predictive our models are. Oh, you have a predictive model of an accidental universe? Were your predictions accidental? Well, ultimately, yeah.
Strong hitters, right? Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Alex O'Connor. They all. This banner's probably walk by and say, "I am offended that you would say the Trinity is evil," and I say, "Well, let me explain it to you why I'm talking. I'm not saying like God is evil. I'm saying the attributes that are espoused in the Trinity God cannot be all good, right? We talked about that last time.
Why not?
For atheism as well, when people see the stupid, they get offended. They think I'm calling atheists stupid. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. And if you sit down, I'll tell you. Well, and I just mentioned it. Something being stupid is just lacking common sense, essentially. And so that's what I'm trying to explain to them. Like, if you're an atheist, like,
Now, this is rich. No offense to my Mormons who listen, but a Mormon saying something stupid because it lacks common sense is quite rich. Eli, $10 coming in late, but let the record show Kurt has said eating is a social construct. He did. That was actually when I kind of stopped listening to Kurt there, Alan. The laws of logic are a social construct, he said. Irregularity is unjustified but necessary for JTB. Yeah, total nonsense. Total, absolute nonsense.
Do you believe in free will? And a lot of them will say, of course you have free will. And I'll basically try to help them understand, like, the biggest proponents of atheism, the biggest brains, are all saying no.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people just don't know enough about.
So we don't need a creator and don't need to be told how we ought to act or be. Should we listen to you? Ought we listen to what you're saying, Captain Lurkoff?
What they believe and the implications of it.
Yeah, and I remember when I listened to Jordan Peterson's conversation that he had with Sam Harris.
Yes.
About
that was a great conversation.
Yeah, that was a really good conversation. And then after, it got me thinking, or I bought Sam Harris's book about free will, because to me the idea, especially
that's a performative contradiction. Does Sam Harris really believe that the people who buy his book refuting free will are willfully buying the book or accidentally buying the book.
Someone who grew up in the LDS tradition, the idea that we don't have free will is like so opposite of what we believe, right? Like we talk about our agency, our ability to choose as being central to the very.
If you don't want to waste your life, now who determines whether we're wasting our life, though, Captain Lurk? Should we listen to you on that? Well, let's just get you to say it outright. Who determines whether or not we should waste our life or not? Skin bag.
Beginning of the story, you know what I mean? And so, I mean, he talks about in the book, right? He says that our choices and intentions, they arise from like prior causes,
that
right?
You can't
so
control.
Your genetics, your environment, unconscious brain, and he does these little studies about how like before someone says something, things happen in their brain first, like before things are even consciously even thought about.
Steel man, and like if you eat food, why did you eat food? That's because you were hungry. Well, why were you hungry? Because your biology and chemical made so like it leads you to eat.
Leads you to do.
No. You don't always eat. We're fasting, right? So it's like Sam Harris's view is, well, why are you eating? Because you were hungry? Oh, are there people who don't eat when they're hungry? Yeah, there's a whole slew of the world that doesn't eat when they're hungry. Coincidentally, isn't that strange? They don't eat when they're hungry.
Do things, right? And so, but he takes that to...
It's my opinion. Right, so if it's opinion, why should we listen to you? So everything you're saying is not true, right? It's just your opinion? Captain Skinbag?
To the extreme where...
Thanks for your opinion, Captain Skinbag, and your admission that nothing is actually ultimately true about what you're saying. Great work.
Every single choice.
Listen if you want to listen. Yeah, you don't... Yeah, why would we listen to you? Holy cow! See, I have a reason to listen to Extanglia. This was an accidental choice. I had no control over it. It's biological. Yeah, where are the rest of you guys? Where are the rest of you determined mechanisms who are accidentally donating huge amounts of generous money to the channel?
He's being consistent.
Yes,
totally
he's being
for
consistent, right?
Total accidental, right? Alan says, did you recover from your crash out? Dude, do you understand the things you said during that debate? I would have crashed out way earlier against you. You're a sophist. Alan, Kurt, whatever your name is, you're a sophist.
Right? So why is that a bad...
Massive W for Extanglia for that. Appreciate you.
Argument.
Well, it depends on what your worldview is. As Latter-day Saints, we would say that we are actually not caused, right? Because we're eternal beings, right? Joseph taught that very clear, that we're co-eternal with God.
So you are divine, co-divine. You share one divine property with matter itself, with God. These people are lunatics.
We talked about this a little bit last time, but I do think it's funny that the more creedal Christianity...
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Red Fox. I actually went through that quicker than I
believes that only
like to admit.
God is eternal.
Eli waited a few hours before he started throwing slurs. Who cares about slurs? We're talking about the nonsensical positions you took. You said that eating is a social construct. You said the laws of logic are created by humans. That's what you said. Whatever he does as slurs doesn't matter, bro. Notice how you're not concerned with your insane positions, your logically absurd positions, self-refuting positions. You're more concerned with whether or not Eli says the word retard or something.
And
there's no slur that someone could utter that would make them look worse for that utterance than you look by just holding the position you have.
He is the first cause. He's the uncaused cause, the unmoved mover. But if you want to accept that presupposition of God, which we reject, right? That's the early Christian Platonic Neoplatonist conception of what God is, taken from probably 4th or 5th century BC from Aristotle and Plato. You run into the same issue that the atheists have, which is we're caused by something out of our control. And so effectively, Sam Harris is right, and I would say the creedal Christians are in the same camp, that you're just
Self-refuting, Alan. Keep coping. Here, I'll ask you again. Are the laws of logic social constructs, Alan? Watch how dumb these people are. Finna intensify grammar up in here accidentally, of course. Thank you. Thank you for that. Are the laws of logic social constructs, Alan?
Effect of dominoes in the line of dominoes that you didn't cause, because God caused you. But for us, we would say that we are uncaused. We are all uncaused. And so, yeah, it just doesn't align with reality. I think people know they have free will instead of consciousness, because that's tied closely with
Which is actually hilarious when you think about it, how at the end of the day, the atheist worldview of no free will.
If you are uncaused, if Mormonism believes that your existence is uncreated and uncaused, then you share divine eternality with God. You are not dependent on God. You are God. That would make you non-dependent. Oopsie. Now, they're criticizing Trinitarians, right? Creedal Christians, for having some type of entailment that says something about God and divinity. The irony is rich here. The irony here is the atheist ultimately holds that they are God. And the Mormon also, being uncreated, non-dependent, uncaused, non-dependent, eternally existent. They're like, what's the problem? Talking to scientism follower is like talking to someone in a mental straitjacket? Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, they are. They're expressed in language. Nope. No, if I express a tree in language, it doesn't follow that I made the tree, you skin bag. Listen to the logic of this guy. Yeah, they are. They're expressed in language. Therefore, anything expressed in language is a social construct. This referent itself is a social construct. So if I express what a tree is, the object referent that I'm using the reference for, tree, is a social construct. The tree itself doesn't really exist.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
It's so bad, man. So anything expressed in language, the referent, because you're using language to describe the thing itself is a construct. It's just unbelievable. You wonder why I want to lock these people up. Don't tell me what I think. We're talking about what you think, you pervert gerbil. You don't believe there's a tree. That's the irony. I think there's a bright line between a sapling and a tree. It's still a tree. No, the tree, dude, what are you talking about? The caterpillar and the butterfly are still one organism. The tree is itself goes through a process. The difference between a baby and an adult, it's still a human. You believe there's no such thing as either. That's a social construct. This is why you're a sophist and you should be locked up. Because in one statement, you're saying everything's a social construct, and now you're holding firm to the distinction between a sapling and a tree.
And those who believe in ex nihilo creation, they align perfectly. Exactly right. And when you ask a Christian, though, that...
Such a nonsense person, dude. And this is what, you're never surprised when it comes out that these people do horrific things, honestly. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Kurt. It's happened before in your little community, by the way.
They won't say that they believe that because they don't believe it, right?
Constraint is so hard. Yeah, you're still not talking about anything. Notice how you're moving away from your review, which holds that the laws of logic are constructs. Let me ask you, Alan, Kurt. I don't know why you don't put your real name, Kurt. If the laws of logic are social constructs, let me ask you a yes or no question. Is it possible for humans to construct something without a process? To construct something is an event, right? For human A and human B identity to get together with some intent to construct the laws of logic, Does that require a process with identities? You pervert?
But they're not thinking about the logical implications
they're not
of
being
why creation, why ex nihilo creation necessitates there is no free will.
You know, there is one group of Christians who do agree with the atheists, and it's the Calvinists.
It's Calvinists,
The
yeah,
Calvinists
I know.
are always logically consistent in their soteriology and in their view of free will.
Yep.
They're very consistent. They say, God, everything that happened.
Unfortunately, the Mormons are boring too. These guys are not. I would go to the other thing I wanted to cover tomorrow, but I guess I'll have to wait. I mean, Kurt here is providing more than enough content that the Mormons aren't actually needed here. No, JB, the pyramids were an accident. I want to just hear what his answer is. I want to hear the gerbil's answer. In order to construct anything, does that require identities to already exist? Why? The reason I call them perverts is because they pervert thinking. I think it's a funny rhetorical jab because perverts, usually people think perversion is only sexual. I'm trying to expand on the use of the term pervert to include epistemic, metaphysical levels of perversion. The gerbil is thinking? Yeah, he doesn't know what to say. He's just trying to think of another. Well, you think this. Tell me this. How is God all good if there's flooding? It's like, dude. See, totally. All knowledge is, I didn't ask about knowledge. You totally dodged. Do I need to find like a dodgeball Stream Deck asset for you? You little sophist? I asked you a question. In order to construct something socially between two people, social means plural, right? Social construct, an agreement. Do the two people as identities need to exist before you construct said thing is the question. Notice how none of what he just said in this comment actually answers my question. And that's purposeful. That's purposeful that he doesn't answer the question. That's how he debates. Not an answer to my question. Identity is a construct. Well, no, hold on. If identity is a construct, what's constructing then? See how nonsensical these people are? If you say identity is a construct requires a process. So how do you get the identity as a construct if identity is a prerequisite for constructing anything? You don't. It's nonsense, dude. This is solipsism. Identity is a construct. To say identity is a construct is self-refuting. You can't even say identity is a construct. Totally nonsensical and self-refuting. They don't care, though. They don't care if it's self-refuting. They don't care if it's nonsensical. They don't care if it's irrational. They just care that they can continue doing what they get to do so long as God doesn't exist. Construct. It's a construct. Everything's a construct. It's all a construct. By the way, religion isn't true. What? So by this, watch. Is truth a construct? Processes don't rely on identity? Really? Give me one process that happens that doesn't rely on identity. Give me one example of a process that doesn't rely on the relational identities between things. Tell me. Prove it. Processes don't rely on identity. Are there such a thing that are there things that are not processes? You have to identify a process. It doesn't rely on identities? Really? Really? Give me an example of a process that doesn't rely on identities. Process, a series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end. Give me one example, Cam Bam. You'll run. They all run. They'll move on to something else. They'll probably ask me a question instead. Where did Alan go? Voting. That's funny. Nice, Rowdy. You get a W for that one for sure. Christianity and transgender identity rely on the same exact. I'm sorry. Did I ask you a question that you totally didn't answer? What did I say? I predicted a red herring. Give me a process. Give me one example of a process that doesn't require identity within the process itself. And by the way, it's a trap, because if you give me a process and you name the process, you're in a performative contradiction. They're all time wasters. They're actual empty vessels. Total time suckers. I'm convinced that the only reason any of these ghouls claim any of this is all the name of goonery. Yeah, of course. Of course. If you say, by the way, Alan, Kurt, if you say the laws of logic are a construct, you have to say the truth is a construct. Are you willing to bite that bullet? Kurt, are you willing to bite that bullet? I bet you're not. I bet you're not going to bite that bullet. You're going to go into some sophistry and try to change what the topic is. That's why it's like, it's unreasonable to even debate people like you. Like Eli shouldn't even give you the time of the day. I mean, it's such a waste. Define identity, and I'll be happy to answer. Every time. Identity, a thing maintains what it is. A equals A. Over time. The whatness of something maintains. Whatever the whatness is, maintains over time. Identity. Now, are you denying that things don't, there are no distinctions between what things are? Because if you're going to do that, you've just given up talking. You can't talk anymore. So, you've already gotten there, though, right? You already got to the place where you can't talk anymore. Tomorrow I'm excited because this Stephen Woodford guy is making his way more into debates, and I'm glad about that. So he'll likely be up against some of your friends, hopefully in the near future. Now, he debated Glenn Scrivener, who I'm not sure how he did. He looks like a basic proddy, honestly. I don't know what he is, honestly. But Stephen Woodford has this rhetoric that says religion poisons everything. Now, I'm champing at the bit here because I kind of want to do this because today was such a letdown. Destiny was such a letdown. The Mormons were a letdown. But I'll save it because it's all set up for tomorrow. So, yeah, defining identity as a process. Yeah, it's nonsense. This is what it's like. This is the nonsense of atheism. And then they leave. When you ask someone like Kurt in the chat, the sophist, whether or not truth is a social construct, he's gone. He moves on. Typical. I mean, maybe we could see the nonsense. Maybe we should see the nonsense of Kurt. Mega bloodbath. Let's see. Where is this? Videos. Live. What? Live. Yeah, let's take a look at the nonsense of one Kurt in the chat here.
Don't you have a Substack or something where all...
So a lot of people get confused with the laws of logic. The linguistic aspect, yes, we create the language, but the referent is unchanging. So if the only way to have an immaterial universal concept in a world that is, you have to have a God which created the world informed by his nature, which would be the ultimate source of truth, the ultimate source of logic, being all-knowing about the universe he created. This gives us our ought claim for even finding truth at all, for having meaning and information as well. You can plug that in to any point in this argument. Information and meaning both being immaterial, oftentimes universal when it comes.
Okay, so he's doing kind of general tag tied into a little bit of conceptualism.
You did great. Thank you for the
mind that must be a god.
This is Kurt. Look at him. Look at this guy.
I will challenge both of those positions. And because I'm taking the converse position, my task is to make you think the proposition fails and that some human knowledge can exist without a god as its necessary precondition. My position is like a defense attorney here. I just have to introduce doubt. I don't have to replace the proposition. If I establish that one fact can be known without a god grounding it, I've done my job.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Before proceeding, though, I just want to prevent a category mistake. When I'm talking tonight, as I always do, I will use abstract nouns because English frequently requires them to be able to say something simply. But when I turn a verb into a noun, it doesn't magically create an object. Something that crunches when I eat it doesn't have an independent entity called crunchiness that's adhering to it. I just use the word crunchiness to describe the concept that exists in my mind. When I say truth or knowledge, I'm not admitting.
Can you imagine waking up in a crate and seeing this guy?
That these things exist independently. I'm just using common linguistic shorthand English speakers use for how minds operate, and grammar is not ontology. So let's start with what knowing is. Knowing,
I think he's grammatically intensifying right now.
Is a process. Knowing is a process within a being, and knowing is a process within a being.
Oh, being. Interesting. Being. Guys, we should have a counter. We should have a counter of how many times the materialist, in this case, Kurt, affirms things like being. What? Being? Whoops.
Being that can be mistaken. If you have a database, that just stores entries. If you have a hard drive, it just records signals. An archive can preserve a bunch of stone inscriptions, but none of these do any epistemic work. They don't interpret, they don't assess, and they do not risk error. Knowing is not a substance that exists somewhere. It's something that a subject does. To know is to hold a belief.
See what I'm saying? Atheism can't make a distinction between this thing called the knower, a subject, a knower, a being, an evaluator, and the events themselves, which is why they have so much trouble with my argument. And no one at breakfast tacos, no one in the atheist debate sphere has adequately refuted or countered my two-premise argument, the conclusion, which is events, physical events in the world are not truth-apt. They're just occurrences. There's no aboutness to them. Under the atheist paradigm, your own thinking, what you call thinking, your brain activity, propositions, evaluations, utterances, these are physical events. And yet, Kurt, in his own opener, is already affirming something that he can't justify. And the question is God necessary for precondition for knowledge? Kurt is actually listing things from his own view that are necessary preconditions for knowledge. Being a knower that can evaluate the aboutness of other things happening. These are the preconditions. God being the ultimate precondition to justify those preconditions. You can use these terms in like subsets, subcategories. The preconditions from the atheist worldview to have knowledge is that there's some type of mind, theory of mind, that there is something that can be known to begin with, that you can adequately, through some will, take the notion through the criterion for a justified true belief. They go, yeah, all that, of course. But that's the thing in question. How does the atheist view justify that process?
To evaluate it and to risk being mistaken, but to believe that is justified and true.
Very simple. All physical events are unique in their substance. Substance is material. Tornado physical events do one thing, brain physical events do another. Nope. That doesn't solve the problem. You have to tell me what's physical about a brain event that gives it, in contrast to all other physical events, an ability to know things about other events. There is no other physical event that you could isolate that can know something about another physical event. And so when you say physical events, brains are physical events, they do this thing, that's question begging. You're just saying, oh, what is it about the brain that gives it the one unique capability against all other physical events to be able to evaluate the truth? Oh, you know what it is? It does that. It just does that. No, you have to tell me what's physical about the event that's distinct from all other physical events that it can do that. You're just saying that it can do that. Okay?
And I'm happy to hear that Eli holds to justified true belief, since we're going to be working off the same playbook there. If there's no possibility of misunderstanding, then there's no meaningful distinction between getting something right and merely containing information. Trees, for example, are alive. They process environmental inputs and they adjust, but they do not take a position in a proposition about.
Just like water is always flowing around and shit. Wow, you got to be a troll.
About how things are.
That's gonna be my new bumper sticker. I'm gonna make bumper stickers of that.
They cannot misjudge, they cannot revise, and they cannot recognize error because they cannot be wrong, they cannot know.
See, Eli, I don't know how much you press this sophist moron on this, is that knowing, or they, right, the they that Kurt's referring to, doesn't exist under atheism. There is no they under atheism. There's no identity of the knower that's independent looking at the world.
Knowing requires the live possibility of failure. If you remove that possibility, what remains is not knowledge. It's a stored state. Knowing is not a static state. It's a process that unfolds in time. You form a belief, you test it against the world, and sometimes you have to revise it.
Oh, is that a will? Do you need a will for that? I'm sorry. If the world is just purely mechanistic and your brain just does determine things, there is no they or you with the will to revise. There is no revision.
If nothing is self-evident,
you goat-faced gerbil,
then the claim that God is the necessary precondition for knowledge must itself rely on evidence or reasoning. But
No.
If evidence and reasoning can establish that claim, then they were already functioning prior to establishing God as their precondition. So the regularity that Eli talked about,
so low tier, dude,
is what enables material life. It simply does not prove the existence of immaterial minds.
He just refuted the past being necessary. That's what's so crazy about these goat faces, is that they're like, if there was a necessary set of preconditions external from my own brain, right, then why is it that I came to the knowledge of these things with my own brain and not those necessary preconditions? Two different things. Whether or not you can come to truth about something being necessary is distinct on the question of whether or not it's truly necessary. So the past operating in a certain way to produce this goat face, obviously the past was necessary to operate in a certain way. He needed parents. A whole slew of things needed to be the case. You need to live in a earth environment that's supportive of life. You need air, you need water, you need food, you need biology, you need all sorts of things, right? You need that. That's a precondition, right? Goat face? Meh. And yet he's going, well, no, I mean, if there's any necessary precondition, why is it the fact that I can think of these things myself now that I have the capacity?
Eli argued that the observable regularity of the universe.
If nothing, yeah, he said self-evident. Yep.
universe, its stability, its repeatability, and its structure requires grounding in an immaterial mind. But this inference confuses the conditions for material life with the proof of immaterial existence. Material organisms require reliable patterns. So if gravity fluctuated unpredictably or chemistry shifted...
See what I'm saying? Just like de Goff asked before, if everything's just a set of patterns, what makes a material pattern true and another material pattern false?
Arbitrarily, complex biological systems would not persist unless there was...
The reliability of theories themselves can be testable theory, which so happens to be further evidence. No, that's circular. That's not actually talking about the necessary preconditions to have a theory and to have testing. You're in a perpetual state of repetitive gerbil talk. It's like you're in a wheel. You're like, what's the precondition for the wheel? And you're like, the wheel, the wheel, the wheel, the wheel, the wheel. We're like, no, what's this necessary preconditions for the wheel? And you're like, the wheel, the wheel, the wheel.
Was a regularity within which to persist. Embodied life depends on stable regularities to persist. But immaterial entities, if they exist, would not depend on those regularities at all.
Oh, that's already a contradiction. He just said they, me, I. Can he materialize the I? And he would argue from his own view that the I is fully dependent on the materiality.
A chaotic universe, one with no stable chemistry or predictable physics, could not produce biological organisms, but it could still, in principle, contain non-physical minds. So when we observe stable regularity, what we learn is that the conditions necessary for material persistence are present.
Is he affirming a non-physical mind?
Do not learn that an immaterial grounding mind must exist. That argument runs backward. Regularity explains how embodied systems can form and endure. It does not license an inference to an immaterial ontological source that remains undemonstrated.
Dude, these people.
Simultaneous awareness of everything that exists.
Total goat faces, these people. Total goat face.
Is not the same thing as having a justified true belief. Suppose there exists somewhere in the universe a perfect awareness in which every fact is eternally present. There's nothing missing and none of those...
This guy's so full of it, man. What's a fact, dude? Is that an immaterial entity? A fact? Where's a fact? Did you step in a fact? Looks like by your facial hair, it looks like you fell headfirst into a fact. What's a fact under the atheist view? What's the ontology of a fact? He just is like, oh, facts exist in the world. Where? This is the problem with doing epistemology to justify your assumptions and not actually know and defend truth. You don't think of things concretely. Well, coincidentally, they think of things are only concretely. They're only
those
concrete.
Facts are false or...
Hey, where'd you go, Kurt? Where are you? Why don't you defend this stuff in the chat, man?
Or contain...
You just happen to run away when I review you?
Error. Is that knowing? Knowing involves more than just containing correct information. It involves directing your attention, distinguishing alternatives to your current belief, resolving uncertainties, and successfully avoiding an error.
Error. Look, he gets errors too. This is hilarious.
Read-only memory bank can contain every true proposition within itself, but it does not know any of them. If awareness is static, total, and incapable of error, then there's no contrast between success and failure. And without that contrast, there's no epistemic achievement.
Do you guys hear this? I don't know. This is all like, fancy philosophy words. What a good freeze frame. He just perfectly summarized Eli's argument against him. If there's no distinction between a true fact or a true statement or true evaluation, in your view, a set of patterns that unfold, and a false one, you can't adjudicate. You can't determine what's true. You have no justification for any position, because a position, under this view that Kurt holds, a position is merely an unfolding of a physical pattern. How can a physical pattern be correct or incorrect if it's determined by laws?
If every fact is simply present all at once, without selection, without response, without the possibility of misapprehension, then what we have described as a storage condition.
He just wrecked his own view. Now, I don't know Eli's first counter to this, but this is the best attack against someone like Kurt is to always list the immaterial things. This is something you guys can do in debates or conversations with your friends. Listen to people and what they're saying. Listen very closely. Don't even think of responding. List in your head or on paper all of the things they're listing that they affirm exist that are immaterial. He said facts. He said knowledge. He said minds, beings, knowers. These are things that he's affirming are necessary for knowledge, but have no justification, but he affirms them without justification. Achievement, epistemic achievement, all of these things. And you just ask him really simple questions. Hey, do you deny that God's a necessary precondition for knowledge, and you also deny God's existence based on evidentialism, right? He'll say a bunch of gibberish, bunch of goat sounds. Then you go, so do you think facts exist?
Condition, not an activity. Knowing is something that happens. It's not a passive state of total information containment. And so if error was impossible, the idea of a justified true belief would simply collapse into accurate data. Imagine a world where every time someone believed something, it was
that's circular,
automatically true. Well, then no one would ever be mistaken, no reasoning would ever fail, and no.
Yeah, that's what atheism is. If every belief is an unfolding of a chemical chain of events, and chemical chains of events can't be true or false by their very nature, then you can't ever know what a true belief is or a false belief. The irony that he's actually running tag on himself.
Correction would never be needed, and we wouldn't have the word true. In that world, there's no difference between careful inquiry and careless guessing. There's no difference between a justified and an unjustified belief, and no difference between understanding and coincidence. If error is impossible, belief is not
60 seconds.
It becomes a guaranteed output, and guaranteed output is simply a state transition. To know something, you have to think that things could have gone wrong, but did not. If nothing could ever go wrong, then what we call belief is stored content. So the resolution doesn't merely claim that God exists. It claims that without God, knowledge is impossible. That's an extraordinary claim. My opponent must prove that abstract universals exist independently of embodied minds, that such universals require a divine mind, and that without such grounding, human knowledge collapses.
So he's saying universals require, he's affirming universals exist. So he's saying you have to give a good argument for why universals require some type of mind, a universal grounding mind, and yet his own view, Kurt's own view, denies that there are universals to begin with.
That fallible,
it's already a contradiction.
Probabilistic self-correcting inquiry doesn't count as knowledge, and that is a very high burden. Unless Eli can show that knowledge requires metaphysical certainty rather than justified belief under uncertainty, the resolution fails. Knowing something is not the equivalent of being a cosmic database. It's not.
Hey, get Captain out of here. He's a waste of time. I gave him a couple laps around the block, but these are energy vampires. They need attention. They need to forgive the mamas and the papas. Get Captain Lurk out of here. He needs so much attention that this is not the place for you, man. Go to an old person's home and talk to an old person. You'll get plenty of attention. Get him out of here.
Not having a collection of floating abstractions. It is the description of a finite mind that holds a belief that is firm while navigating.
See, there's no, under his view, there is no mind. There's just a brain, and what you think a belief is merely a brain that holds a particular pattern. That's it.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, y'all, for the great openings there. I appreciate y'all both. Now, once again, I've got 75 pieces of clothing on, people, so slam those that like button.
God bless you, Josh.
Button, so I can get naked here. Taking off a piece of clothing for each like. Also, super chats get you a question.
Better ban. No, it's not about a disagreement. It's a difference between it's not a difference between disagreement at all. That's not what it is. It's how you act. Like if you're just going to be a derailer and never answer any questions like that guy was, then you get booted.
To the debaters, there's some information about that on the screen, and then the chat there. Karen Dave, thank you for the start with the massive super chat. I know you said don't read it, but I will put it on the screen here in a few minutes. Do y'all have any questions before we proceed with the open discussion? Or are y'all ready to get rocking and rolling here?
Ready to go.
Good to go.
Mega bloodbath engaged. Y'all have an hour, and there is a question, or comment to start out with. It's
6
a
and
quick
4.
one, though. Omniscience and universal true cognition
Listen, tacos, let me give you some advice, unsolicited advice about debate and channel debating. Don't put the super chats up during the debate. The super chats are an investment in the debate. The payoff is at the end of the debate. The person sticks around for their super chat to be read. You want the viewership to maintain, you don't read the super chat. Further, if there's a debate and you introduce a question, it alters the path of the debate. It inserts things that aren't there. What are you doing, man? Stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Save your super chats. They build up. They will all be read at the end. Stick around. They'll all be read. Hey, I see some great chats, really great, challenging chats coming in. Make sure you put in that chat if you want it read to one of the debaters or both at the end. I'm seeing some really good, smart, hefty chats. Make sure you stick around. We read them at the end. I promise they'll be read. What is going on, man? You don't need a divine mind for truth. Truth is an emergent property. Oh, really? Was there a truth before it emerged then? Huh? Hey, Tracy? Was there a truth before it emerged? You people are, you're sick. You're sick. You have a sickness. Oh, no. Truth is an emergent property. From what? From something that had to be true to it had to be true that the thing existed before truth existed? You whack job? Get some help. Get some help, you lunatic.
Is just a fancy computer. Slaver's fancy computer. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Adding that to
these people are lunatics.
Timer.
All right,
Thank you, tear your heart out.
I had some questions that I wanted to run through with you. Do you believe?
Can you imagine that's your view of truth? Is like there's a state of affairs that need to be, quote, true. They had to be happening in a certain way before truth emerged out of the processes.
That God.
We observe those events. Okay, so the events happened before you could describe them. That's a contradiction then from your view. If it's true that events happen in a certain way before you described them and evaluated them, then the truth of the matter preceded your ability to describe them.
Knows all moral truths eternal.
More than just knowing it, God is the grounding source for morality itself. His nature is goodness. Goodness is identical to his nature. So morality isn't a decision by God. It is based in his ontology and his nature.
So he has justified true belief about all moral truths. Is that right?
Well, yeah, God does not require justification. He is our justification.
No, God doesn't have justified true beliefs. That would be interpreting new sense data and putting it through an evaluative system such that it's justified. No, that's a category error. Thank you so much, Berserk and Suzanne. Appreciate you both.
So he doesn't have knowledge because knowledge is justified true belief?
He's all-knowing. So it's an equivocation on the word knowledge because if knowledge...
It's not acquired. You don't acquire it. From our view, knowledge, from a Christian view, knowledge, the way we describe it is like a created effect, something that's contingent on time-space matter, created beings, interpretive analysis, using your brain, using your mind. Knowledge isn't like a nature, an attribute, some characteristic of God's nature, a thing called the knowledge, or like justified true belief.
Knowledge is justified true belief. Within my worldview, this is within the temporal realm, because in order to justify a belief, you have to have good reasons. We need to justify our beliefs because we are finite, particular minds. God, being the creator of the universe, by necessity would be all-knowing of the universe, and all that's outside of the created universe is God himself.
So just want to be clear then, God...
From both views. So he justified true belief, right? Kurt's saying knowledge isn't really justified true belief. It's an ongoing process. Either way, whether it's justified true belief or an ongoing process, right? This is not something you would attribute to God.
God's beliefs are unjustified.
I don't think God has beliefs the way that we do. I wouldn't say that God has beliefs.
So if knowledge is justified true belief, then we're holding a bit of an equivocation here then on what knowledge is, right? I thought that you had endorsed the idea of justified true belief. But it sounds like for divine knowledge.
Who is this? No, this isn't Kieran Dave. This is Kurt. Oh, Kieran is the one who's super chatting. But he shouldn't, again, Breakfast Tacos, you should not be putting the super chats up on the screen.
You're saying that's not the case.
Well, and here's the thing. The prompt, it says, you can see it in the crawl, is preconditioned for human knowledge. So that's what we're talking about here. Yeah. Again, I don't think that God has knowledge the same way that we do. I don't think that the definition of the type of knowledge that God has, being it all-knowing, is the same thing as the justified true belief that we have here. We have to justify our beliefs.
Science doesn't intend to dogmatize observation. Dogmatists do. Well, I mean, science can be very useful, but observing itself, just doing an observation, doesn't get you to theories and stuff. So the problem with science is that people utilize science as a teleological tool, and that's when it turns into scientism, as opposed to just a mere limited descriptive inductive methodology for explaining what's happening in the world. They use it as a teleological tool. That's when it gets dogmatic. Look, Jimmy, emergence emerged itself. Yeah, emergence had to emerge, and then all things emerge out of emergence, and then we have the universe of emergence.
Because we're finite creatures in a temporal world. God, being who he is all-knowing. He is the epistemic foundation of knowledge, so it's not a one-to-one.
So in what way can we say that he knows if our knowledge is not his knowledge?
Well, he's all-knowing, so if we have knowledge, it's knowledge that he possesses, but we have to give good reasons for our beliefs, because if I just claim I know something and it's unjustified, then it's an unjustified belief. God doesn't work in this way. He is the grounding source.
So God's beliefs don't exist and they don't have justification.
Again, I don't believe
God doesn't have beliefs, man. He already corrected you magician-looking goat. You goat magician.
That God has beliefs, because
right.
Again,
so you say God's beliefs don't exist and they're unjustified. So what I'm trying to get at is what is the nature of the grounding relationship, right? That's
I could get into it. So again, God being the ultimate epistemic foundation in my worldview, the ultimate epistemic foundation it's the point where justification, and this is the justification for everything, for our beliefs, for our justified true beliefs in the temporal world. I, as a finite human being, couldn't even begin to know the exhaustive, understandings of God's mind.
I use the same empirical skepticism when evaluating religions that rely on revelatory epistemology. I don't know if you could use the same empiricism for revelatory, because empiricism itself couldn't be the basis. Empiricism is actually a lower tier system of knowledge, Cam-Bam. So that would be backwards. Like, for instance, for you to determine, you can't empirically determine something superior as an epistemic model. You can't use that. You can't use empiricism to determine that. So if I asked you, do you think empiricism is a superior model to something that appeals to something outside of empiricism? You'd say, if you said yes, you couldn't use empiricism to evaluate that claim.
What I do know is that I observe regularity in the universe. This regularity is universal, immaterial, and conceptual, and that which is universal, immaterial, and conceptual must be grounded in a universal, immaterial mind.
Yeah, I know that that's like something you hold very strongly, and I know that you want to demonstrate that. But what I'm really trying to get at is the nature of the divine knowledge first, right? Because the divine knowledge is the grounding source for the human knowledge, right? You're not saying that the human knowledge is only grounded in regularity, because regularity would not.
You could just say that knowledge is something that is for humans to discover in the temporal, and it still can be grounded in God, because God, it would be required for the set of created categories and created regularities of nature, laws of logic, like anything that's in the world that you need to be the case, to then go through the process of obtaining true beliefs or false beliefs or whatever, doing empiricism, science, and the rest. All of those things need a justification. And now Kurt's trying to take this angle by equivocating on what knowledge is for the created, the temporal, and what knowledge is when it comes to God. You could just say knowledge is justified true belief. The question is, does justified true belief require a necessary precondition? Not whether or not God has justified true belief. So Eli, when you debate this guy, and anyone else who debates him who takes this angle, you have to define knowledge first as justified true belief, and then filter down justified true belief to be a phenomenon that requires the created world. You can't then take something in the created world like justified true belief and then go, God must have justified true belief. No, you just go, fine. I don't need to create some new ontology for divine knowledge, right? No, just justified true belief. For human beings, is it required? Are there a set of necessary things that need to be the case for humans to have, quote, knowledge, justified true belief?
Not imply divine omniscience. It would just imply that there's a divine setup that could be run without divine intervention. But you believe in a sustaining God who...
Did you not listen to what I said? You argue empiricism is the highest tier of revelation there is. No, you can't. If it was, you would use empiricism to determine that. If empiricism was the highest tier of, quote, revelation, then you would be able to use empiricism to verify that statement. You can't. That's not an empirical claim. That's a qualitative assessment, a value judgment about something. Empiricism doesn't give you that. Empiricism is low tier.
Who sustains human knowledge, as far as I understand the theology. Is that incorrect or is that correct?
Sure. I mean, he's a creator of the universe.
The creator and sustainer, correct?
Yeah.
So with a sustaining...
You could just say knowledge, JTB, requires a universe to operate in the way it does currently. And then the question is, what justifies all of the components for JTB? When you get... This is a thing, and I have to learn this for myself because I got caught in a trap with the divine conceptual approach too, which is someone forced me into a trap because they forced... The way I was arguing forced me... It didn't force me, it led me to trying to take knowledge and making an ontology for knowledge that then is like in God, his nature or something, like knowledge, as opposed to just going, no. The way humans talk about knowledge is justified true belief. Let's just talk about justified true belief. For humans, the question is God necessary? Is he the necessary preconditions for humans to have human, what we call knowledge in the human sense? That's the debate.
There is a divine knowledge that is in relationship to the human knowledge. Are you saying that the human knowledge is distinct from and of a different sort than?
However, revelation that isn't revealed isn't revelatory. No, the question is whether things can be revealed or known without empiricism. And that's the question you got to ask yourself. Is there anything that can be known necessarily have to be true, have to be the case, without using empiricism? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Than the divine knowledge.
Well, okay. Can you ask that one more time? I want to make sure I understand it correctly.
Okay, so your position is, as I understand it, and I certainly don't want to put words in your mouth. Mm-hmm. Your position, as I understand it, is that God doesn't just create an environment in which knowledge is possible, but that his knowledge is the creator and sustainer of human knowledge, and that the grounding is in a divine concept, right?
Well, here's the thing. I think where I want to stop you is to say that his knowledge is the creator. He is the creator, and he is all-knowing. Ultimately, the grounding doesn't stop at his mind. It stops at his nature and who he is.
Tracy's still yapping.
Is as God. as the ultimate source of life, the sustainer of life. Whenever you die, it's because his divine providence is over everything. He's the author of life itself. But to say that it stops at his knowledge, I think is stopping a little too soon. You have to go all the way to his nature, all the way to who he is.
Let's just grant that then his nature has a form of knowledge. Would you say
nature doesn't have knowledge?
Okay.
Right.
So his nature does not have any knowledge. Does
nature is a what, bro?
Does his mind have knowledge?
Yeah, his mind is all-knowing.
And does his mind have justification or beliefs?
He already said, dude, God doesn't require justification the same way you would go axioms don't need justification.
As the ultimate epistemic foundation, God does not require justification, and he does not have beliefs the way that humans do. Again, this is
I'm a Christian, I'm trans, follow the same apostoria. No, I would agree with you for most heterodox people, though, Cam Bam, as well established by one Doug, Pine Creek Doug, Cam Bam. But no, Christian, what it is to be a Christian is a historical claim and a doctrinal claim. Trans is a self-identifying claim. I'm a this internally. That's not the same for Christian, no. No, you couldn't say you're a Christian and also say it's self-proclaiming internally only, because the term Christian needed to be known externally. So what is it? What are you referring to when you say Christian that you gain knowledge of after, I would agree that it wouldn't be a priori because you would have to have a reference for what Christian means. Trans is a little different, though. They don't have a referent. Christianity does have a referent. There's no referent for trans, Cam Bam. But this approach, Cam Bam, I do agree with you. You could use this approach to anyone else, the Mormons, a whole slew of modern people using the term Christian, right? Aaron Abke, the New Age Christ consciousness people. They are self-proclaiming Christian internally, and that's how you know internally. You just know, and that defeats their argument that they are. Isn't trans an identity revealed internally? No, I just corrected that for you. No, you don't internally establish that you're a Christian. Christianity, especially now, had to be something that was established before you say you're a Christian. Otherwise, you don't know what you're referring to yourself as. What is the thing that you're referring to? Trans doesn't even need a thing. They don't even say what the thing is. They don't need to even define it. It's just the thing that I am. What is that? I don't know. Whatever I say I am. It's in there somewhere.
This is a category error between the created realm and the uncreated realm. And this is a problem I see a lot of people. It is, because this is a big problem that I see a lot of people do, is when they want to do an internal critique of the worldview, you have to put on the whole worldview. But what you're doing is you're taking in your presuppositions about what knowledge is and applying it to God. When I'm saying in our worldview, it doesn't work the same way because we're finite particular creatures in the created realm, and God is outside of the created realm. He is the ultimate uncreated. He is the ultimate standard of knowledge. The way that he is being all-knowing isn't going to be the
revealed internally. Yeah, it's a contradiction. It's like a mechanistic contradiction. Revealed internally. If it was internal, it wouldn't need to be revealed. That's like saying the universality of what an apple means is found in the apple itself. You could just bite into it, and somewhere in those particles, it'll make the construction, the visual symbol, apple. It'll whisper it.
The same way that we discover, learn, and have knowledge in the temporal realm.
Okay, so
I think so. I don't know if he's on. I don't know if he's. Yeah, I think he's Orthodox. Yeah, I think he's baptized Orthodox.
I want to be clear then. What you are saying is his nature does not have knowledge, and his mind doesn't.
How does nature have knowledge? Minds have knowledge.
Just being clear.
Yeah.
You agree that his nature doesn't have knowledge, right?
Nature itself, Kurt, you little scoundrel.
No, nature in period doesn't have knowledge. Minds have knowledge.
So his nature and any other nature doesn't have knowledge in your setup, right? And
minds have knowledge.
And then his mind has a kind of knowledge that has neither justification nor belief. So what I'm asking is, how can we use the English word knowledge to describe that?
Because that's exactly what I'm telling you is I'm not using justified true belief to describe God's all-knowing capacity, but you're trying to.
So we can't use our concept of knowledge to describe God's knowledge.
That's fine. That's not a problem under this debate, Kurt, because the debate is God the necessary precondition for knowledge? The question isn't whether or not does God have the same type of knowledge as we define it. Otherwise, you would be good to debate this, Kurt, but it's irrelevant. You turd.
That's fine.
Right.
But he knows things, but he knows them in a way that is fundamentally different than the way human beings know things.
He doesn't just know things, he knows all things. That's fundamentally different.
I didn't ask that question. I asked a different question.
That's an important distinction.
Let's say that he knows all things. He knows things as a subset of all things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are the moral truths that he knows, which he knows all of, are they discovered or are they learned by God?
Oh my gosh, this guy, man.
Yeah, neither.
You should know this answer already.
Anything God does is moral because morality is grounded in his nature.
Tracy says, truth is when our minds are in alignment with reality. What's reality? Is reality a set of particulars, unrelated particulars? Is that an abstraction? Is that a one thing? Tracy, this is so low tier, dude. Where do I find these low tier Reddit rats?
So, just to be clear, does God eternally know all moral truths?
Okay.
Dude, it's just such a category error. Moral truths is assuming that truth is a definitional thing based on proposition, as opposed to moral goodness is based in God's nature. Moral truths is a temporal, human-centric thing where we discuss things like the statement, is this objectively wrong, is to ask, does it align with, does it move away, is there a privation of the good? Is it a movement away from the good, God? This is just so bad, dude.
So again,
so frustrating for Eli, I bet.
God, so
the fact that you don't understand what reality is. No, I'm asking an internal critique. You're using the word. I'm asking what you mean by it. Get Tracy out of here. You're done. Bad faith, little demonic sacks. Get out of here. You're too dumb to understand that when you use the word reality, I'm asking you, what do you mean by reality? You don't understand what I mean by... Get out of here, pig. Get out of here, pig. Go to the dirt. Go to the mud, pig. Where you belong, in the mud, animal.
Like, I would say yes, but also it's not something that is a decision that's created
by pig,
by him, that dependent on his whims. It's something that anything God does, being the ultimate ontology of good, it is de facto moral because he is the grounding source of morality.
Right. Okay. I'm going to give you that. So God.
Arbitrary distinction. Ultimately, everything is. So
I mean,
what's the opposite? What's the opposite entailment of this? To say that
you have two dogs that are beagles and they look very similar, right? But you know them well and they have salience to you. So you have different names for the dogs and you know their personality.
He got the boot. Could have learned. No, he wasn't here to learn.
But someone who doesn't know you and doesn't know your dogs would just think of them as two dogs and not give a second thought to their particularities.
Well,
the reason you use different.
Where's
that's a fallacy in my head. Don't you think Tolkien?
Okay, fair enough. What I mean is, but the difference is with the law of non-contradiction, this isn't something that is particular to his brain. It's something that is true about external reality.
So you're saying that Aristotle simply didn't have justification for the law of non-contradiction?
No, ultimately, no.
Okay, and then when did it gain justification?
It gain? Oh my God. It gain? This guy is so slippery, man. I could see Eli's frustration here because this dude just shifts. The question is, what justifies the law of identity, law of non-contradiction? What justifies the laws of logic? What justifies the set of transcendental invariant things that have to be the case for us humans to gain knowledge, to even gain false belief, to acquire a true belief, to correct, to revise, all of this, to evaluate? Schmiegel the Beagle. Listen, Schmiegel. He's saying, yeah, Aristotle's assessment, or even the early concepts, as Kurt likes to point out, of the logos, to be able to intuitively, philosophically, metaphysically point to something like the logos in a conceptual way that's trying to summarize the order in the universe, or rationality, or whatever. The question is whether or not there's a justification of that. He's like, well, when does it gain justification? When does it, he says, the law of identity? No, the question is whether it's justified. It being self-justified is not a question. When does it gain justification?
Again, so when we're talking about a justified true belief, it's about a belief
when
that you
did the law
hold
of
and whether or not the belief is
become true after Aristotle first formulated?
Does God necessarily define? Definition itself, we would go, Cam-Bam, we'd probably say define, if you mean define like definitionally, like a proposition, not in the sense we use propositions, no. From a Christian view, Cam-Bam, God created the world good in it with its set of operations and its universals and groups of things and parts of things. Now, Cam-Bam, where we're ambiguous and unknowing is pre-fall mechanics, pre-fall nature, pre-fall physics. So that question, that's actually a good question. It's just when you say define, though, you can't really ask that question from a Christian view without looking at the full Christian lens, which is God created the world with the capacity for animated will, with humans in particular, and the world fell. And so this question is like, can you ask this question pre-fall, post-fall, and it would be a different question? Yeah.
It doesn't. See, here's the thing. This is where our port of departure is what I'm trying to describe to you is that these classical laws require an external reality. So like, when people say truth is what comports with reality, right?
By the way, my goal here requires an external reality. It doesn't self-justify itself.
What you're basically saying, hold on, this is important.
But I know people like Kurt are a cooler, like at Vegas when you want to calm down a table that's really hot and doing well. You just send Kurt over, and he just arches his goat back over the table, and so his little silver broom goatee just drags ever so slightly on the felt of the craps table, and it all goes dead.
No. This is no. But this is important. The classical laws are a.
No, that's a no.
Property of the regularity of nature. They cannot be.
Also, go to hell. I know you're using a colloquialism because we live in the West, where the concept of separation from God or orientation away or toward God has been manipulated by a lot of horrific, heterodox, heretical sects. But go to location hell. I can already tell where you're asking from.
A social construct, because that would imply that one, we could change them, and we could all collectively, as a social community, say that the law of excluded middle is no longer the truth, that the law of identity is no longer the truth. That's not the case. It's the truth. It's the truth based on regularity in nature that we can actually identify that
Josiah,
yes, objects are themselves and not themselves. That's external to us. So this is the first thing that's got to be debunked, is this idea that the classical laws of logic are social constructs. If that were the case, we could change them.
So you're saying that Aristotle didn't have any role in the formulation of the laws of logic?
No, dude. The descriptions of the laws of logic are not the same as the ontology of the laws of logic, you freak cake.
He had a role.
See, Eli, he's done a fair job at this throughout the debate. Kurt keeps conflating describing something and creating something.
No, he had no role because he wasn't justified and it wasn't true.
No, this is insane.
When he was formulating it.
Now, descriptive versus like ontic, like what is the status of the laws of logic versus who best can describe them is totally different, dude. Describing versus what they are. Describing them with words to a concise, reduced, no fat included, trimmed. Someone can do that. That's not a justification. Describing something accurately defining a tree accurately doesn't justify the tree's existence. These people are nut jobs, honestly. They're nut jobs. They're nutcases.
Question then is,
no, you're putting words in my mouth, dude. I'm not going to let you do that.
Capable of having understanding of the laws of logic prior to Aristotle?
Of course, because again,
so the laws of logic didn't wait for Aristotle to describe them, right?
Dude, descriptions require the laws of logic. You can't do a description of anything unless the laws of logic already are assumed, even if you didn't define them in the three classical senses. For someone to describe the three classical laws needed to already be assumed even without description.
Existed.
Wait a minute.
Permanently, right?
It's crazy.
Dude, you're putting words in my mouth. I'd never said that we couldn't discover that these things are true without believing in a Christian God. Precisely because.
Even if you operatively follow the commandments of God for the love of God and not simply adhering to the commandments is hell proposition. It seems to attempt to predict the desires of God. No, it's not the prediction. It's that under the Christian view, the liberal sense of the word desires, to the extent we know the wants and desires of God, not to say that they would be equal to what wants and desires mean for humans, they're revealed to us. So to say God wants us to know and love him through a revelatory system and a holy tradition, by the way, wink, wink, it's not about predicting the desires of God. It's not a prediction. It's revealed to us, so we're not predicting it. We're just putting our faith in it. So you could say, to the extent you're using the word prediction, like, I put my faith in a bridge, I'm predicting the adequacy of the bridge was built correctly so that it would hold me. Sure. To some extent. But we're not assuming the knowledge of his judgment. We don't know the judgment. We don't know how. We don't know how. We don't know how he's going to judge, how exactly the judgment is. We don't know the outcome. We can't pretend to know. In TAG, I found it easy to get people to understand how it gets to morals, but I struggle with how different paradigms applies to the existence of truth. Yeah, you got to get to what the ontology of truth is. If someone says truth exists, it's fair for you to say, okay, apples exist, right? And they go, yeah. And you go, apples exist. The way in which they exist is concretely, right? And they say, yeah. And you go, well, from your view, how does truth exist? Then they're kind of stuck. There's only two options if you're not Christian. Ultimately, is truth, if it exists, it has to either have a concrete existence or an abstract. Now, a Christian, we ultimately don't hold that truth isn't just purely an abstraction. There might be subsets of truth that are abstract and conceptual, but truth from the Christian view, Matthew, is a person. Truth is a person. Now, when truth's not a person, it has to reduce to concrete or abstract purely, like one or the other. It's a true dichotomy. And so that sends people into a problem, right? Because then they have to ground the if they say abstract, then they have to ground abstractions. The irony of Vagine asking me a question that's not a super chat is wild. This is like meta. Do we have to have a justification for a worldview if it seems to be the natural default worldview if there are no others to take place, like pain avoidance instead of believing in God? Did I get that correctly? Yeah, you need a justification. The natural default worldview that there are no others, like pain avoidance. I'm not sure why the pain avoidance is relevant. Yeah, I'm not sure why you put the pain avoidance in there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Why is pain avoidance relevant, Vagine? I'm not sure why that's relevant. Holy cow. That was a non-existent super chat.
because I'm saying it's a part of the regularity of nature. Literally, anytime any person makes a meaningful sentence that is picking out an object and assuming and presupposing that this object is itself and not itself, they are assuming the law of identity is true, because the law of identity is based off regularity in nature external to the person. What we decide, if we decide collectively that apples are actually oceans or rivers or streams, it doesn't make it true because we all agree on it. It doesn't make it true because Aristotle said it.
Change the names.
What?
Well, hold on. Yeah, if you change the...
If all we did was change the names and started calling apples oceans and oceans apples...
Right, but we're talking about ontology. I'm talking about ontology here. I'm not talking about the reference in the linguistic. Of course, humans create language, but we don't create... Our language has no effect on the true or falsity of the referent.
Okay, but Eli, then I'm really confused here now, because you're saying that people...
You don't have to tell us that.
People had justified true beliefs long before Aristotle, but that Aristotle was not justified when he formulated the laws of logic.
Not in totality. So this is the retorsion argument that Aristotle particularly made when someone came to him and said, we don't believe that the law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle is true. And he said, well, in denying it, you're using the thing. This is retorsion. Yeah. Retorsion does not get you to justification. All it does is present that the thing is the case. What we're talking about is giving an account for the possibility of the thing. That's my whole entire argument. Okay, but we can't get anywhere if you think that the laws of logic are completely subjective.
Yeah, Kurt, you're done, dude. There's no reason to debate, Kurt. If you think the laws of logic are constructs, then you think truth is a construct too. Why are you debating? Huh?
And can be changed.
Nobody has said that either. You're upset.
A social construct. A social construct is subjective.
By social embodied organisms. Those are significant constraints.
What does our biology have to do with the true or false?
You cannot petition the Lord with prayer. Jim Morrison, a.k.a. Rush Limbaugh.
Of the laws of logic.
I've already explained to you that organisms need to maintain energy flow, and they need to be able to generate proper conditions for the energy.
Proper? Bro. Didn't this guy just spend an infinite amount of time arguing against my use of the word proper? Holy man. It's just amazing. Proper.
Energy and flow to be maintained.
What does biology
establish emotional salience for certain things at their local scale that will allow them to persist?
Okay, but what does a human's biology and energy flow and everything you just said have anything to do with whether the ontology of an apple is the ontology of the apple and not something else?
I mean, again, because we establish salience for food energy, we're going to say the apple exists because it's going to be food.
Holy crap, dude. This is how crazy these people are. You guys hear this? Where's my atheist in the chat? This guy's on your team. The apple only exists. Its ontology only exists because I'm hungry. Look at Eli. The apple only has its ontic existence because you're hungry. Things that aren't food don't exist. Eli's like, what did you just say?
Food that allows me to persist, right?
Holy crap, dude.
Dude, but the actual ontology of the apple, you would say that an apple is not a rock
there besides intensifying.
Intensifying. Where are you, dude? Where did you go, Kurt? Intensifying? What does it do? Look, dude, you just said the ontology of the apple, the very existence, is necessitated by being able to eat it. That's it. Isn't that weird? Like, there are other things that consume apples. You know what else also consumes apples? Just the environment kills the apple, and it dies, and it oxidizes, and it decays, and it goes into the ground.
Dude.
What is the word actual?
Our need for food has nothing to do with an apple not being a fucking rock, right?
No, again, if we couldn't eat apples and all they were equivalent of rocks to us nutritionally, we probably would call them something like rocks.
It's not about what we call them.
Holy crap, dude. If we couldn't eat an apple, it would be a rock? Look, if we couldn't eat an apple, I mean, we probably would just look at it like it was a rock. What? What?
It's about what they are. This is where you're trying to combine what we call them and what they actually fucking are, dude. I understand.
Dude.
That we could call
nominal cell, yeah. It's intensifying. Retardation intensifying.
an apple a rock, and that would be the linguistic reference.
No, we're not talking Cam Bam with the reference. We're talking about the referent. Apple is an applicable and appropriate category. We're talking about an apple itself is not a rock. An apple isn't a goat. You can eat the goat and the apple. These are the people who vote, dude. These are vote. They vote on what law is.
Taxes from Bagene. P.S. You should pay me more.
Thank you. Ask someone the difference between an apple and a rotten apple. Yeah. This would apply, right? What about the rotten apple? Is that no longer an apple?
But the referent in external reality that is itself and not something else has nothing to do with our need for hunger, with our biology. It's a property of the regularity of nature that an apple maintains its identity. If all humans drop dead tonight, right now, if every human dropped dead, that apple is not turning into a rock, okay?
So it's an unripe apple.
That's the regularity I'm talking about.
Oh, he actually got to himself. So is an unripe apple an apple? Yeah, it's an unripe apple, you retard!
That's the regularity you're saying is socially constructed.
Is an unripe apple an apple?
Yeah, you just called it an unripe apple! Isn't you guys want to know the correct eyes, the shape, form, emotion of the eyes when someone says, is an unripe apple an apple? When someone says that to you, these are the eyes you need. Those are the eyes. Is an unripe apple an apple? Kurt goes to the grocery store. There's a whole crate of what he thought were apples, but they're unripe. He flags down the worker and he says, "Excuse me, sir, these apples are not ripe. I came here to buy ripe apples. These are not ripe." The clerk goes, "Those aren't apples. Why are you complaining? Those aren't apples." Oh, yeah, honey, I went to the grocery store and they had a whole section and all the apples were unripe. I was thinking of writing a Yelp review, a nasty one. "Oh, well, honey, as you know, those aren't apples." These are people who vote. They vote on abortion. They vote on immigration. They vote on whether or not you can own a gun to defend yourself. They vote.
Yes.
And is an apple that's like the first little bit of fruit flesh that comes out when it's unripe from the calyx of the flower, is that an apple?
Yeah, I would say it's an apple in its
any small amount of fruit flesh, it's now a full apple.
No, well, here, hold on. It's an apple in a certain stage of an apple's development.
Yeah, it's an apple in a stage of development.
Yeah, it's a fetal apple.
That is part of a transitional state, moment to moment.
It's never not an apple, though, dude. It's never in the transitional developmental phase of being a banana, the apple. You freak.
Moment the apple
But it's not a fish.
Moment to moment.
It's just so horrifying that these people, it's horrifying. These people need to learn the distinction between reference and referent. I know, it's just unfortunate that the words sound so similar. Thank you for the $5. Now I know for the low-tier atheists, those sound similar, but they're not the same, yeah.
Moment the apple is changing. And
it's
then
not
when an
a
apple
rock.
begins to rot, is it still an apple?
Look, the apple, what an apple is, right? If you connect the apple to the tree, the process of an apple coming from a tree and the apple dropping the seeds down and becoming a tree, and this is a consistent view, right? This is a consistent nature that's never interrupted, and it never becomes a mountain itself, or it never becomes some other thing. It never becomes a goat.
Again, all of this is presupposing that the law of identity is true, which it still requires a justification that I've
trying
presented.
to get what work the law of identity is doing.
I'm trying to get you to understand
how God is grounding these states of being. Right?
Well, I think it's far
I'm
more.
going to make another point of moderation here. So, the topic here is something like, I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly, but
and does Eli do a cross examination?
Beneficial consequences when you're right.
Oh, I think that there's definitely spiritual benefits from having communion with the
what are
Lord
those?
God.
What
Salvation and eternal life.
Okay, so and can those be demonstrated to somebody who doubts them?
Yeah.
This is irrelevant to whether God's necessary. Soteriology?
How? No, because I don't think concepts exist separate from linguistic structures.
Ooh, the truth doesn't exist. These people vote. I mean, Lord have mercy.
Of all things. In the creed, we say creator of things visible and invisible. So that which is immaterial is referenced in the creed.
Okay, so does the invisible have demonstrable effects on that child's development? Does the child learn things from invisible things? And
yeah, they can never pick out objects if the law of identity weren't in effect in reality.
Wait, so the law of identity is an invisible thing that like supervenes on all extant. Like,
have you ever seen a concept?
No, because I don't think concepts exist separate from linguistic structure.
There you go. Linguistic structure, is that a concept? Fucking idiot. Isn't linguistic structure a concept? I don't think concepts exist independent of concepts. Oh, no. I don't believe concepts exist independent of concepts. Concepts. Yeah, he called it an apple and asked if it was an apple. Is it an unripe shoe? Just listen to this.
Okay, and in special revelation that you get from God, where is that law of identity noted?
That he created the world.
So you're saying that's from Genesis 1:1?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not like the solar of all things in the creed.
No, because I don't think concepts exist separate from linguistic structures.
Linguistic structures, concept. It's just amazing, man. They go to the voting booth. They influence legislation.
Okay.
I've seen words about concepts.
Well, let me ask you this. It's kind of.
See, Eli, you missed a little bit there. And it's easy to watch from the stands and comment here, but you did miss a complete cleaver there. Complete guillotine. Complete body bag moment. Linguistic structures, according to Kurt, have to be conceptual too. There's not a thing you can point to that's a linguistic structure. So when he says concepts don't exist independent of linguistic structures, you go, hold on. Wait up. What is a linguistic structure? Is that concrete or conceptual?
Kind of like, I forget what the name of that thought experiment is, whose ship it is, but I like to use the analogy of the house. If I have a concept for a house, right, and that exists as a concept and an idea in my head, and then I take material and I actualize the concept.
That's actually a good point. If the brain, in its development to becoming a fully developed brain, is it a brain in the fetal status, right? You point to it, there's a brain, the beginning of the brain. It's continued brain development. Is it a brain? Kurt says no. And that's a problem because, from his worldview and his occupation, he would say the brain actually isn't fully itself until the age of 25, roughly.
Concept and structure the material around this so that it doesn't violate the concept. Whenever you look at the house,
zombies, man.
You're looking at the material, the floorboards, the brick, the windows, and all of that. Actually doesn't have knowledge of dogs.
So she's wrong, right?
Right. And what's that contingent upon? External reality.
later in her life, she updates her belief.
Is what grounds that metaphysical behavior? Would you say that that's an invariant universal law?
It's not an invariant universal law where some flower happens to be on a given day for a bee, but how does God ground that knowledge?
Oh my God! So do you agree that objects are themselves and not themselves?
Again, we've already talked about my.
No, this is yes or no questions, dude.
Of objects, and again,
he's such a weasel, man. It's unbearable. It's just so unbearable. It's rough. Isn't there something funny to look at? Is there anything funny to look at? What's Tucky up to? What is Tucky up to? Marty leads debate challenge. Oh boy.
Oh, let me read this. Okay. And then we'll get on to some real shit. Okay. So this is a conversation I had with made of a person. People not
bro printed out our conversation.
Trying to be like praying for them or, helping them to Christ. You having this.
Is that a community bed behind you, Marty?
This is the other thing these guys do that's so disgusting. I find it so disgusting because they take this critical analysis of everybody else's worldview, but never on their own.
Oh.
And it's disgusting. So anyway, so there was a video where I was basically pointing out that, that it's an absolute clown show, because that's exactly what it is. That all these people that are...
Look how young I am.
Debating and doing Christian apologetics and debating one another online, and all they're doing is, appealing to history and not making...
Oh, appealing to history? I'm sorry. You're a Gnostic Academy. Was there a Gnostic history before you? Was there a Gnostic history before you? Oh, they appealed to history. Oh, you mean like a Gnostic history? You mean the history of language? You mean the history for you to do gematria and to do astrology? There was a history that you learned?
Any sense of any of the stories, and just arguing with one another, like, we got the right one.
God, he's an actual demon.
You don't, and this guy, and I'm just like, hey man, this is all garbage. It's just trash. It's trash behavior. So anyway, so he made some video, and I responded to it the other week.
Yeah, I wrecked you in a video. It was hilarious.
Whatever. And this I'm done with this, just so you guys know. But I want to show you. To
dude, printed emails. Look, he wrote a note. Video games Jay Dyer streaming on Sunday. He wrote that, dude. He's like, don't you rest on Sunday? Well, if you rest on Sunday, why is Jay Dyer playing video games on Sunday? This is a circus tent, bro. Your yurt is a circus tent.
Complete the whole, the whole experiment, if you will. Just how full of crap these people are, right? So he made a video basically saying, I have the secret knowledge and all this other stuff, and we
don't you have the secret knowledge?
Completely destroyed his entire thing. He doesn't have any arguments whatsoever. Yeah, because this is real secret. It's literally right in
You got small hands, Marty.
front of you,
You got those small hands, Marty.
Like when I even point out the connection to the tetragrammaton and the geometry that you can grab.
I'm done. I only printed out 10 pages. This is the last thing I'm going to do. By the way, he wrote me like 3 manic emails. Long essayed emails demanding that Jay Dyer, myself, and David Patrick Harry debate him 1 verse 3. 1 verse 3. He's demanding it, whether astrology is biblical.
From it. It doesn't come. It's not secret. It's printed in books.
Oh, books that were written before you? Is that history? You just look at that. Look at that freeze frame, bro. What a whack job, bro. Manic whack job. Looks like the sequel to Taxi Driver. You look and sound completely manic and insane, dude. What do you appeal to history? Look at this historical assessment of ancient Freemasonry. Look at my eyes bulging. Bro, take some kratom or whatever the hell you guys do.
You just got to read them. It's that simple. It's like,
like the church fathers?
Secret knowledge. And it's like, you mean the planisphere? It's not.
The planisphere? Look at the planisphere. Would you take that off of your, you swap that out with your propeller hat? It's like a clown at a party and he's pulling out things like in a cartoon, and there's a balloon, and then there's a big hammer, and there's a, you know, he's like, dude, he's like, who's that pseudo comedian on stage? He just has a chest full of props. What's his name? What's that dude's name? Gallagher. He's like Gallagher.
Not secret. It's literally above your head every single night. You just have to know it. So it's disgusting behavior. It's lying. It's literally bearing false witness, gaslighting his audience, and lying to people about what we're saying, what we're doing, everything. Why? To protect his flimsy little childish ego. And all of them.
Oh, yeah, it's my ego.
Do it.
The guy who says, submit to the church, you don't know much at all. Submit to the church, that's ego. The guy who starts his own cult, right? Marty leads. And I have the downloaded prerequisite. He makes people sign a waiver before getting into his private Gnostic class. He makes them sign a waiver agreeing that they won't question his authority. It's literally in his prerequisite that they sign it. Okay, buddy. Why is Mike from Breaking Bad in a piety tent?
All of them do it. So when he made this video about me, I was like, okay, I don't give a shit. As you guys know, I don't care about...
Oh, you don't care. It's just only weeks and weeks of videos on me. Printed emails. I don't care. You guys know. You guys know I don't care, even though I just literally printed all the emails. And I'm doing live streams about it, and I'm tagging all of them in it. I'm tagging. Look at the title. A debate challenge made by Jim Bob, Church of the Eternal Logos, who has nothing to do with this exchange. Jay Dyer, who doesn't care. He thinks you're a clown too. Modern day debate tags.
Oh, debates. I think they're disgusting. For the most part, I think it's just debates for...
Debates are disgusting. They're disgusting. But by the way, I demand we do a public debate on a massive platform.
As far as I can tell, everyone that I've ever watched, it's just like watching a football game. It's like, and you don't even actually know who won or lost. It's just like my team comes over here and says, this guy's an idiot. And my team comes over here and like, we totally won. You know, a perfect example of that is the one that just happened with Gnostic Informant and Jay Dyer. You go to Gnostic Informant's comment section, it's like, you totally crushed him. And then you go to Jay Dyer's, it's like, what an idiot. Okay, great. You know, I think it's just trash is really what it is.
Okay. Should we call these people just believe me, bro? Yeah.
So I don't engage in that. I don't engage in any of this calling people out or I crushed him or anything like that. We just go and like, okay, well, we're going to get on to Luke chapter 2 next. That's what we do.
Oh, really? You do that? Is that what you do? You just go on to the Bible that you hold authoritative? Like as if the people who constructed and compiled the books, like the ones you're reading from, were authoritative and historically adopted? Why? Why would we believe Luke? Marty? Why are we believing any scripture at all, Marty?
And as you can see, it doesn't draw that many people. And we don't give a shit at all. Okay? We're not...
Wow, way to out himself. Look, dude, this guy's so transparent. He's mad that me, Jay, Modern Day Debate, Church of the Eternal Logos, Andrew, that we're getting a lot of viewership, right? Even me having, less followers, subs than him. My engagement, the amount of people who show up, is large compared to my audience size. And he's just like, I don't care about it. Listen to him. He just outs himself, dude. This guy is so manic and egomaniacal. He cares about acknowledgement. He cares about being the one that people go to for the truth.
It doesn't draw that many people. And we don't give a shit at all.
We don't care at all. Look at him. I don't care that it doesn't draw very much viewership. That's why in his email to me, he demanded that the debate that we agreed to is on the largest platform for the most viewership. He literally writes in the email. For the most viewership, he says. I don't give a shit at all, he says at the same. This guy's such a snake.
Oh, okay? We're not here to, straight as gate, narrow as way, which leadeth on to life, and few there be that find.
He won't have peace until he confronts his pride. Well, he can't. He's built himself into a little bit of a corner hut here, a circus tent. He's the guy with the knowledge. People come to him. Those lost people who come to him for the descriptive knowledge of gematria and all the rest, right? That's his gig. He can't submit. He's not going to submit. Stefan Molyneux.
Find it. We recognize few find it. We just hope that there's enough few to allow us to keep going, you know?
Oh, keep going? What do you mean? I thought the church from this view would be eternal. It would be dependent on you? He just outed himself, man. He just said the truth is hard to find, right? And few find it. That's why my cult is so small and it's hard to sustain itself monetarily, right? He's literally a pharaoh. Yeah, he is. He's the pharaoh. So he's like, oh, it's fine. I'm not coping that they have large audience and a lot of engagement. You know, the truth is hard to find. And you know what? Let's just hope we can keep going. Oh, I'm sorry. So you don't hold the truth as the true, unchanged body? Like its continuation would be reliant on you? Dude, you're such a creep, man.
So when you made that video, I was like, okay, you poked the bear.
Oh, wow. Where have we heard that? Where have we heard that one before?
That's what happened. Now I'm going to come and address you because you're acting like a pig snake.
Don't take my rhetoric, bro. You don't have my rhetoric, dude. You don't got my rhetoric. You know, you don't got it. You don't got what I got.
So I said, Jim Bob. I wrote him an email and I tagged info at the Crucible, and I also tagged or CC'd modern day debate.
Dude, he's like clout chasing. Why? What does a Crucible have to do with it? I thought we were talking about the truth of the matter of Gnosticism. And then I tagged all these big audience things, and I'm hoping and praying that I get a little bit of the clout.
In the email, I said, Jim Bob, I would like to debate you on the astrotheology of the Bible, since I've heard you say specifically that is nonsense. You also claim that the Bible is a liturgical book, and I would like to debate you.
The question of whether or not there's like astrological references in the Bible is not astrology in the Bible, by the way.
On that claim. I've also responded to you on YouTube with that 3.5 hour video or whatever, and he always responds.
Look, he did a freeze frame of me impersonating him.
He's always in the comment section, egging people on and that sort of thing. Never responded. Never did a point-by-point analysis of things I said when I responded to him. But I've not heard any response back. I think it's time we set up a moderated debate on this topic.
Oi, 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 oi.
I would like to do it on the Crucible, if they are willing.
Why? I thought the numbers don't matter, bro.
To host or on modern day debate. I want to do it on the largest platform to draw the most amount of viewers.
Why? You just contradicted yourself. You don't care about viewers. Wait a second. This is hard to track, Marty.
CCing the available Crucible email and MDD in this thread. Modern day debate. Looking forward to hearing from you in his name, brother Marty.
Brother Marty?
In his name. We do things in his name.
Whose name? In Marty's name?
Hey, we do things in his name. Hey, we build circus yoits and start cults that require you to sign a waiver in his name. We do that in his name. We do secret classes of where you have to sign a waiver where you don't disclose what we're saying in his name. Marty leads.
Bro asked me to debate in your comments section because he was so thirsty. Dude is thirsty during Lent, especially. Super thirsty.
Hi, Marty. Jim Bob writes, I will not be debating till after Pascha, Easter. Further, I know a couple of people who would be interested. I didn't ask a couple of people, Jim Bob. I asked you.
Why? If the truth of the matter, this is why you know it's his personal thing with Marty. He just revealed it's personal. I know some people who would be really good at debating against your astrology view, but he's like, no, it has to be you. You hurt me and I'm hurting you. Pride flares.
Further, I know a couple of people who would be interested in debating this topic, but you need to produce a prompt. Is astrotheology biblical Christian? Great, that sounds like a good prompt. So that's what I said. Anyway, I'm not personally interested in that prompt, but I would help produce and promote the debate and find a debate opponent for you.
Yeah.
Why don't you defend your faith?
What do you mean? Defending my faith is nothing to do with refuting your faith. I'm in my faith. I'm in practicing my faith. I don't need to defend it against you. That's not a defense of my faith. That's a defense of yours. You moron, you cone-headed retard. Is Marty Leeds theological muddled astrology gematria gumbo? Is that a Christian thing? Is that consistent with Christianity itself? Even any historical conception of it. Could you make that work? right? An atheist could argue against that. He's so confused about what a debate prompt is, dude. He's like, why don't you debate it? Because my view's not on trial, dum-dum.
You're calling me a pervert and a heretic, and
you are a pervert.
That we're full of shit, and it's just manic.
You are manic.
A lot of name calling, Jim.
Yeah, and what's wrong with that?
But you can't step up and defend your own orthodoxy, huh?
The argument isn't, is orthodoxy true, silly boy, silly pants? You're so confused. This is why probably no one wants to debate you. You can't keep one thought straight in your head, Marty Leeds, because you're a pervert. You're a mental pervert. You got a perverted worldview that makes you not capable of thinking properly. Is the Bible is it astronomy, right? Is the Bible astrological, I should say. Astronomy's in the Bible too. But is it astrological? That's your affirmative, dude. Where in the prompt is orthodoxy true?
Okay. So I said, Jim, so you'll call me a pervert and heretic to thousands of people, but will not defend yourself when that pervert addresses you? Let's go live today and talk openly about this for 5 hours. Tomorrow, pick the day. No. Marty, I will not be debating until after Pascha. Be patient, heretic.
W for me.
Jim, a conversation isn't a debate. It's a conversation. Name calling again?
That's
you
right.
already said no, but now you're telling me after Pascha? Which is it? I'm not interested in debating that subject. After Pascha, heretic. What?
I already told you. I'm talking to you as if I'm a chick who left the bar, and you approach me on the street, and you're like, hey, why don't you come down to that? And I go, no. Don't you take a hint, freak?
Please clarify.
He wants to have a 5-hour conversation? Can you imagine? Who would put themselves through that?
I said no to the astrotheology prompt. Do you know how to read, or are you blind to perversion? I said, why not? Explanation, please.
Who is he talking to?
If you think the Bible's not, Christianity is not astrotheological, then it should be just a fine debate or conversation to have. Not blind at all. I see right through your BS. Hence why I'm addressing you. Didn't you just debate literally the other day an evolutionary proponent? You did. Thousands of people watched it. I caught some of it. Caught you in another lie, Jim. It's going to be fun reading this thread live.
That's not a lie. That's not a lie. I did that debate because it was previously scheduled, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't debate during Pascha. Where's the lie, freak?
It's going to be...
Dude needs he needs an exorcism, this dude. I mean, think about it. He's isolated, surrounded by desperate people who pay him to teach him about numbers in a yurt. He has nobody around him to correct him. He won't listen to any correction anyway. I mean, this is how people get really deceived, because there's no one they appeal to other than themselves for authority. Nobody. There's no one Marty Leeds appeals to for the truth except for Marty.
Be fun reading this thread live. He quotes me and then says, haha, you're like a teenage girl. That's his response. Meanwhile, if you ever go to Jim Bob, you know what he does? He highlights people in his comment section, then posts it and talks about, yeah, these guys are fucking idiots. They're dumb. They're morons.
Yeah.
That's the actions of a little girl.
Is it?
More name calling. Awesome. So adult of you. Great. We all know who's running like a little girl now, Jim.
That's right. There's people around him who are contracted, unobligated by contract, not to question.
Were you not debating someone live yesterday? You can lie to me. You can lie to yourself. You can lie to your audience, but you can't lie to God, Jim. Yeah, and you'll see that on my live stream, I said it was a mistake to get into that exchange. You have bad intent, Marty, and we'll show my intent. We'll show my intentions.
Oh, we can see your intention.
At the end of this.
Oh, no, not at the end of it. We see your intentions right now.
I was in Discord yesterday talking, and then he just writes back again. I didn't even respond. I was in Discord yesterday talking about an entailment which became contentious. It was a mistake to get into that conversation, and is stated very clearly on my stream. This means not only debates are not a good idea during Lent, but also contentious conversations. This is something you should know. Okay, so in other words, you're just running from it, and you're just...
Oi. There's no way this guy isn't a Jew.
Just making excuses.
No, I told you that it's not a good idea during Lent to get into debates or contentious arguments with people one-on-one.
In other words,
look at his nose dripping. And I don't mean it's dripping like there's stuff. His actual nose is hooking
as if we can't see right through that.
What? What do you mean see right? So you don't agree with that, Marty? You don't agree that during Lent, during a time where you should be humble, a lowered state, during a fasting period, a period specifically for prayer, that you don't that's running? So people who don't debate during Lent are running? Okay.
And then I said, I got all the responses I need, Jim. Speaking of something you guys should know, do you guys rest on Sundays? You know, like you're commanded to do?
So now he's criticizing me for not resting on Sunday, when his criticism is that running from a debate during a larger section of time that is for rest and prayer and all the rest, right? Now, see how inconsistent? So it's like, we're wrong for resting from debate, and we're running, right? If we don't debate during a time we shouldn't debate. But his criticism is that you're playing video games during a time of rest. It's just such, you're so demonically lost.
Funny, because I saw Jay Dyer.
Gaming is hard work, right? Yeah. I'm sure it just takes everything out of Jay to play a video game on Sundays. And yeah, where's the command? Yeah, what's the command? Hey, Alex, what's up? $5. Shout out to Marty, who will watch every second of this stream. Your black magic won't make Jim Bob gay for you, no matter how much. And he plays, like, he watched those playing more guitar, and he's like, starts his streams playing guitar.
Dyer streaming for several hours on a Sunday night. 4 hours. Jay Dyer.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the hours of the video game. Oh,
was streaming.
Oh my gosh, Jay Dyer streams.
So accordingly, he went to liturgy in the morning on his day of rest, then took to YouTube to stream that evening.
Oh.
Holy shit, dude. I'm a pastor, whether you believe it or not.
Or you're a pastor? You're a pastor. What do you teach, Marty?
I am required to work on Sundays. Okay,
I'm required to work on Sundays. Oh my gosh, this guy, dude. I'm a pastor. I am required to work on Sundays, you see.
This is my job. I have to do.
This is my job. I have to mislead people into gematria. I have to count on my fingers to people for money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 minus the 4 is 43. Do you think that's an accident? You think that's a coincidence? I'm working on Sunday.
Do it, right? Just like the pastor in any church has to go even the day of rest, right? Jay's a comedian. What's his excuse? Talk about being utter and complete hypocrites. And this is all I want to do is I just want to patch this whole thing up.
Oh, you want to patch it up? Yeah, we believe you. We believe that's your intent. Look at your face, bro. We're going to believe that guy?
I'm just want to patch things up.
Dude looks like Kevorkian. Looks like Heaven's Gate, bro. This is like Heaven's Gate level.
Because it's obviously not going anywhere.
Dude, your grin. Look, your grin, it's almost like it only makes sense with like clown paint on. Your grin puts Epstein's grin to shame.
You want ice cream? You want candy?
Cuckoo.
Because obviously they're scared shitless.
We're scared?
Because...
Scared. You know what? I am kind of scared of you, actually.
I've got a lot of questions for you guys.
You've got a lot of questions for us? I'm sorry. I thought you were demanding a debate defending your view that the Bible is an astrological document. You're going to have the questions? Dude, your mind is perverse and broken.
No one's brought those questions to the table. I'll do it. Talk about being utter and complete hypocrites. I got an idea, Jim Bob. Instead of all this back and forth on email, let's just chat today on your stream. Are conversations not allowed during Lent? Good luck, son. Let me know when you want to have a reasonable conversation. Not even a debate, just a talk with another man. You have no authority, Marty. That's his response.
Is that true? You have no authority?
Doesn't answer any of the questions, doesn't...
I don't need to answer your questions. You have no authority, dude. You're not the church. You're just some goblin in Missouri. Wonder how many instances of bad touch happens inside the tent? Well, no, it's all agreed upon with contract. Like, that whole yurt reeks of polyamory.
Doesn't even address any of the problems. You have no authority. You're a heretic.
That's true. You're a heretic, and you have no authority.
And I said, you have no argumentation. Okay, Pastor Marty. That's what he says. That's his reply. He puts Pastor Marty in quotations as if...
As if what?
Yeah, I'm a pastor. Great. Okay.
No, you're not. You're a pastor of nothing. When you die out and your yurt gets bought by someone who's like, oh, I got to consecrate this place. When that happens, your church goes away. There is no church. There is no universal Gnostic church. There's just you, Marty. You're no different than the other heterodox pastors who, have full tattooed sleeves and they do a stand-up comedy bit and then they sell some self-help under the Christian paradigm, under the name of Christ. You're no different. Your church, your whole thing goes away with you, man. That's it. You're not a pastor of anything other than your own views. You're a pastor of your own intellect, bro. You got nothing. You got no holy tradition. Everything you're teaching dies out with you.
Okay, cool. And then I said, like a little girl, Jim, because that's what you're being.
Mm-hmm.
His response, okay, Pastor Marty, in quotations again.
I know that gets him. Look at him. Look at him. That gets him so up.
Why am I doing this?
Yeah, why are you doing that? Look to the left. Maybe you'll find the reason over there.
Why am I doing this? Why do I do this? Why do I do this?
He looks like Fauci. He kind of talks like him. He's just constantly selling people. Like, his whole thing is salesmanship. It's all like a pleading. You notice the pleading? There's like an energy of, I'm pleading. I need you to believe me. I'm talking to the audience. Please understand. I'm making my case. Let me state my case. It's just crying. It's like the difference in energy. It's like, oh, we need to make the case. Why do I do this? I don't know why I'm doing this. Let me think of a reason that's not pride. Does he use gematria to determine age of consent? Yeah, let's listen to why he's doing this.
Everybody's like, is this some like high school drama? No,
Yeah, your own audience is concerned with you. They're like, what are you doing, dude? This is weird. No.
Doing is educating, simultaneously rebuking and educating by showing that the people that are leading the charge on orthodoxy online and shit like that are full of shit.
What do you mean? What do you mean? People who say go be orthodoxy are full of shit? Why? How? How dare you? There's a universal Gnostic church, space and shit. Leading the charge? Look, just because there's people who've been popularized and they are orthodoxy has nothing to do with whether or not orthodoxy is true, Marty. So he knows he's full of crap, right? And he's like, you guys, if there's other people I see who are ShamWow salesmen, in my view, he's like, you guys don't get away with this. You guys with your success. The difference between me and you, Marty, is I don't send people to my website to sign up for orthodox education sermons where they have to sign up a waiver to not to not call me out. You know where I send them? To the church. I send them away from me. Marty, you send them to you.
They're ignorant, they're childish, they're cowards, and they're completely full of shit. Again, no argument.
No argument.
Jim, you didn't even know what Golgotha was.
Yeah, in that super chat, I didn't recognize that word. So what? There's a lot of things I don't know. I'm actually learning Christianity, a lot of the basics all over again after 40 years old. I'm a humble servant pointing people to the church and learning Christianity from scratch all over again. What's the problem? See the pride of knowledge? You didn't even know this term. You didn't even know that. You didn't even know that Calvary had a different name. You didn't even know that. Who cares? I don't base my faith on pure knowledge of things, dude. Where in the process of knowing any particular term in the Bible does it give you spiritual healing, Marty? Apparently, you're not getting any spiritual healing the more knowledge you get. Let's say I know nothing. Let's say I know nothing. Let's say someone goes to Orthodoxy, goes into the church, and they don't retain any of the things that you would try to memorize, and you still attended and you still participated in the sacraments and you still fasted and you still prayed. This is showing the pride of knowledge. How perfect for a Gnostic. Keep sending them to Orthodoxy. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for that very generous tip.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
Yeah, it's the rock. It's the place of Christ's crucifixion. So yeah, okay. So what? I also didn't know I couldn't name all of the 3 branches of the government, dude. It says nothing. Nothing. This is all like shame work, right? Okay, Pastor Marty Leeds, this is how you teach people? Shame work? Yeah, I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem being an ignorant, unknowledgeable person of biblical facts. I have no problem biting that bullet. It says, for example, in regards to symbols, skull is the past for Orthodox referred to death. Golgotha. Yeah, Golgotha. I'm not embarrassed. Interesting name. If I had another daughter.
You also.
Yeah, I did not have that as a thing I could reference in my mind in that question. Okay.
I said Jesus wasn't the divine order. I had to make clips of this video because I was like, I couldn't even believe he said this shit.
What's your debate, though? How does this look? Let's say there's a whole slew of people who don't know that, who never said the word, right? Who never said the word, right? Who cares? None of it is relevant to whether or not your Gnostic, heretical garbage you teach people in exchange for money is true, dude.
Talk about heretical. We all laughed at that for a good while, though.
Yeah, you laugh at, yeah. See what I'm saying? Like, oh, why am I doing this? What, to laugh at people? Who cares? Dude, I would trade all of the knowledge, the memorized knowledge of biblical texts, I would trade that for access. If I couldn't know that, or for whatever reason, I couldn't obtain it, I couldn't memorize it, I am so happy and blessed that I go to a church that's unchanging on Sunday and participate in healing. I would trade it, any knowledge, any memorized knowledge, for the sacraments.
All of this is so utterly transparent. What is happening is Pastor Marty is dismantling the little image you made for yourself and the worldview you hold so clearly, which...
Yeah, what good is knowledge with no discernment? Okay, memorize a bunch of things. Look at our education system, built on the notion of memorization. Look at Protestants who recite every aspect of the Bible. Most of them would know front and back the Bible memorization-wise better than me, but they don't hold the Bible as a liturgical tool. So what's the point? This is where knowledge, the pursuit of knowledge, gets you. It gets you to Marty Leeds. This is the end goal. This is where it gets you. Your only leverage is knowledge. That's your only leverage point, dude.
Holy cow!
Thank you so much. Hey, McFly. What's going on? Hey, McFly. Yeah. You remember me, Eddie?
Holy cow!
Remember me, Eddie?
You can't even defend to a pervert. Again, all this back and forth on email, we could just do this live.
We can just do this live. I'll do it anyway. I'll anything to seal the deal. Get me on a bigger platform.
Today, or not, I got...
Yeah, I will refute him, but send me $1,000 and sign my NDA, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Run, been fun. I got work to do. I had to write a book. I can't spend...
I gotta write a book. I gotta write more books.
And all the time debating with a pig snake or whatever. Okay, Pastor Marty. Third time he says it, as if that's some slam. Yeah, I'm a pastor. My name is Marty.
You're a pastor? Okay.
You really embody the office of the priesthood, Marty. Lots of love. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So if someone doesn't know a word in the Bible, admittedly, I sit around with your other members of your pastoral church laughing at people. Okay, buddy.
And then he writes me back without even me replying. And he says, a true teacher doesn't mock someone for not knowing a specific word, dude. You're a false teacher who worships his own intellect.
That's right. Look at him giggling about it.
Celebrating in your own personal knowledge. We already covered the personal. Is this personal?
No.
Is this personal?
You have tiny hands. That is personal.
Is etymology personal? No, it's universal. It's the exact opposite of personal.
What? What are you talking about, dude? He just categorized knowledge in order to push back on the idea that you worship knowledge. The fact that you could categorize knowledge into different categories has nothing to do with the claim that you celebrate your own knowledge.
And then I said, lots of laughs. You are not a student of mine, Jim.
Oh, so if a student of yours who pays you, this guy. So let me get this straight. If a student is paying you thousands of dollars with an NDA to get your teaching, then you don't ridicule them. Oh, I see it. I get it. Okay.
Went to my first Divine Liturgy yesterday. Glory to God. Organized Insanity. How was it? He thought that was something. Yeah, there's different kinds of knowledge. Okay, cool.
You are an influence.
Etymology, too. I don't actually think etymology, the root of words. The root of the referent would be universal. The words, etymology, I don't think actually would be. That was a bad take, Marty.
No shit. If it were a student of mine, I would be extremely patient with them and teach them the word and then tell them to go ahead and verify it for themselves.
Oh, okay. There's no threshold. Look, he just admitted the only threshold, the only symmetry breaker between acting like that with someone and not acting like that with someone is if they signed up for his class. Dude, this guy is so demonic.
And it's not just a word, dude. It's literally where our Savior was crucified. It means place of the skull. Why the skull?
Well, no, it's still a word.
Skull, Jim. Kind of an important one to know.
To know, yeah. See what I'm saying? It's all knowledge for this guy. And that's why it only works for people who only seek knowledge. But that you cannot produce good fruits from just pure knowledge. And so these cults, Marty Lee is a cult leader. He's not very successful at it, which is probably why he's exhibiting so much frustration. But it gets nowhere because the only thing you can get to with a cult is back to yourself. And that's all Marty has, himself. He doesn't have the church. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have the sacraments. He doesn't have a holy tradition. That's it. He's got nothing. And that's why his only leverage point is knowledge. Do you know something or not? Oh, these are really important things to, quote, know. Yeah. To know.
This is his version of sticking his tongue out at you and giving you a raspberry.
It is. Yeah, his theosis is knowledge-based. His fullness, spiritual fullness, is knowledge-based. And everything he says and everything he teaches and everything he does is reflective of this. There's nothing there. It doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't give you your prescriptives. It doesn't give you what to carry forth. It doesn't give you a tradition to teach. He is the source of it all himself. It's just esoteric nonsense that wins dumb people over, honestly, lost people who are looking for a shepherd, and they find him. And they're like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's just complete nonsense. It does nothing. It doesn't get you to the truth. It doesn't treat the truth as a person that you can interact with, participate with. And he thinks this is a win, but the thing is, he's suffering, this guy. He's suffering. He's obviously, his whole being is unsteady. He doesn't have the energy of peace. He's not someone a wild bear would probably be calm around. He's seeking knowledge, not peace. And that's the only leverage point every time you listen to him. It's always the same, dude. It's always like, you know this. This is really important to know. Why? Why is it important to know that?
Like I said.
He's destroying himself. It's like visible, too. It's visible.
I've got to run. I have to work.
Yeah, tormented by the truth. Yeah. If the truth is in Christ and you participate in him by grafting yourself into his body, the truth would torment you because it'd be a set of propositions about history, trying to figure it out. Like you're in an eternal puzzle. The riddle. You're just in a constant riddle. And this is what this guy, he's like the Riddler. He sells riddles. He's a riddle salesman. Watch any of his streams. I don't say do it, but like if you want to get a sense of this guy, watch any of his random streams. It's riddle salesmanship. Yeah, where do I sign up to be ridiculed? Yeah, on the biggest platform, yeah.
God bless you and your family. Now you'll notice he didn't tell me God bless back.
No. Because we don't believe the same God, bro.
Didn't even write back.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even write back. Yeah, because I have some discernment about you, Marty. We don't believe in the same God, Marty.
And so then I said this, Jim Bob, just to let everybody know what my intentions are. Jim Bob, I would like to offer up a debate to you, Jay Dyer, and David Patrick Harry, I believe his name is, of Kotel, which basically means the Church of the Eternal Logos. He's...
Oh my gosh, dude, this guy's manic. Pray for Marty. I'm so thankful in my search for truth. Christ scooped me up.
And why I picked him is because he's a doctorate in religious studies. So in other words, I wanted to get the best guys against me. I will be making...
Yeah, that's why I said, hey, I know a guy like David Patrick who could debate you. And you're like, I don't want to debate other guys. By the way, in my subsequent email, I will add in other guys because I'm inconsistent and nonsensical.
Making a video on this, and we'll tag each of you in the video, which I will do, no matter your response. I would like to set up the debate as 3 against 1. I want to make sure to give you guys as much advantage as possible. I'm requesting it be on the largest platform available as
3 versus 1 doesn't actually definitively give the 3 an advantage, actually. So that's not good thinking on Marty's part. Not really a good thinker. 3 versus 1 might not be an advantage. In fact, maybe adding a partner to Andrew Wilson would be a disadvantage every time for Andrew. What are you talking about, dude? What are you even saying, man? He's a glutton. Yeah, he wants... It's like... I don't even know what it is, man. I can't make sense of the intentions other than sifting viewers. I know he's disgusting pig snake, but at least he's better than the atheist because his faith is in Jesus. No, his faith is in his conception of Christ. It's a consciousness metaphysical archetype. So I wouldn't say someone who's explicitly heretical teaching people falsities is actually worse than an atheist who just is at the effect of his culture. Like someone who takes the Lord's name and sells falsities, to me, might be worse, Extanglia, than someone who's apathetic, lost, an atheist. I'm not saying any atheist. There are atheists who are actively argue against and rebel against God. But no, I think the former could be worse in a lot of cases. You can feel the warmth of the sun, understand how it allows us to live. If you don't know this, his name is Soul. Yeah, you don't know this. His name's Soul. Not one gold met. Thank you so much.
As well. And I would prefer if Andrew Wilson would be so kind and generous to host it on his platform over the...
Oi, I've got the greatest event to plan for you. Ooh. Oh, I could just see it now.
Think of the lights. He's like a Gnostic Don King, dude.
Crucible. I would also request that each of us, if possible, I say possible because I don't know how to do
Yeah, it could be worse a lot of times.
this shit, simultaneously stream it to each of our channels. I would also request that any super chats or monies that come in, we give it all to charity.
See? See this? See this? Dude, it's just such a snake move. He's like telling his audience, he's reading his private emails to his audience to frame himself to his audience. And we give it to charity, and I'm a good boy, and I brag that we give it to charity, and I tell my own audience that we give it to charity. You know, because people who give to charity, the most important ones are the ones who are really vocal about giving it to charity. Unbelievable, dude. I mean, the fake piety. And in further, I request that we all fast that week and document our fasting and take pictures of our gauntly bodies and make sure everyone sees it. It'll be grand. Gives us free chat to charity of choice. He would see how much his opposition would get in funding, and that just bothers him. It's so clear. It just bothers him so much that other people are getting the viewership, the engagement, the funding, right? He hates it so much that he's like, look, if we debate and it's very clear that you guys are very successful in what you do, I'm going to make sure that you can't be. Yeah, total virtue. It's dual, though. It's like it's simultaneously virtue signaling and framing that you're doing something really good and securing an outcome that you want, which is other people don't do better than you. It's sickening. And he thinks it might not be obvious to his audience.
The charity can be the charity of your choice. Just to let you know my intention.
Oh, thank you, Marty, for making the rules for us. I'm sorry, Marty. You begging us for a debate, does that give you any leverage, any power in the position of making the rules? Do you think you have any leverage in making the rules for the debate? This is where people are so deluded in their position and status. If you're a lower, channel, right? And I'm not even talking about size. I'm talking about engagement. And you know that you're going to be enhanced by another channel. You don't call all three of them out and then you declare the conditions. Unbelievable. And here are my concerns. And here's how it has to be, even though you guys are helping me by accepting this debate. By the way, it's my way or the highway.
I know you're not debating till after Pascha, even though you just debated an evolutionary proponent literally the other day on your channel.
That's right.
So that should give us plenty of time to set up the debate and make sure the most amount of people see it. What's the prompt? Well, it's the prompt that he gave me. The Bible, Christianity is astrological. Its foundations are astrological. You guys think it ain't. Simple. Let me know what you decide. Blessings, once again, I said blessings to you and your family. In his name, quote unquote, Pastor Marty.
In his name? You mean your name?
And he
didn't write back. He didn't write back.
To you and your family.
He didn't write back to me. I don't know why. I'm totally manic. This is like my 5th email to him. And I'm reading all of his emails on chat and on stream, manically. But I mean, I don't know why he didn't write me back. Thank you.
In his name, quote unquote, Pastor Marty. And he didn't write back. And then I posted it on my channel on YouTube and tagged everybody. No one replied.
Oh, I wonder why, Marty.
And then I went to Jim Bob's channel and I posted it again.
Oh, just manically posting again and nobody replied. I wonder why.
And his response was, thirsty, Marty? Thirsty?
Yeah, thirsty, Marty.
Just an innocuous non-response at all.
Well, I mean, you didn't respond to me. I was asking, are you thirsty, Marty?
And the reason I'm pointing this out is because there's no love in these people's hearts.
Because there's no love in these people's hearts? What? That's a weird segue, bro. You know why I'm doing this? It's not because I really want to debate on a larger platform because I'm losing viewers by the minute and I can't sustain my income by just charging people to teach them about gematria ciphers. It's not that. It's because they have no love in their heart. Insane ex-girlfriend. You know why it is? It's because they have no love in their heart. That's why.
That's why they can't understand the Bible. That's why they can't. That's why they have to sign up and give their spiritual lives over to men that can't understand the Bible either.
Oh, but people sign up to you and they literally pay you to teach them the Bible and the codes of the Bible with an NDA. Okay.
They can't pick out any of the astrology. They can't even tell you why the tetragrammaton or the tetramorph is the tetramorph.
Why? Why would we do that? Why would anybody seeking peace and spiritual healing through praxis, why would they be concerned about all of these things? You think if you get them all right on the quiz, your noose is all cleaned out?
They can't even tell you why Jesus is born on December 25th, the solstice of the sun, where it's, resting 3 days and then born again.
Okay, Manic.
Metaphorically, poetically speaking, that date is, there every single year. It's December 25th. That's when we celebrate. But then when it comes to his death and resurrection, it just moves a little bit. When are we going to celebrate?
Okay, and why would that matter?
Celebrate Easter. It's going to be April 6th this year or whatever it is. Why? Why would that change?
Why would it matter? You see, all you have to ask this guy is such. You could just grant him all of his mangled assessments. It doesn't matter. That's the thing when you deal with these people. You don't need to go through all of their, academic claims about historical knowledge about any of it, right? You just go, why would it matter? Why would it matter?
So I've got, literally hundreds and hundreds of those questions.
Marty misleads. There's a reason why you're called Marty Misleads in our circles.
Which we know you don't have any answers.
It moves based on the lunar calendar. Yeah, but then he'd be like, see, that's astrological.
And I just want to talk about it now. I actually don't. I don't give a shit about this. I don't care about debating. I don't care about you're right, you're wrong kind of shit.
You don't care about debating. You wrote an email, copied and pasted various locations, and demanded a response, but you don't care about debating. Okay, cuckoo pants. It's already on 1.25, dude.
But you know what you did, Jim Bob? A man that has given his entire life for years to in front.
He teaches questions. That's actually, if you listen to it, it's a lot of that. Yeah, he teaches questions. That's true, Justin. Why would the date matter? The practice matters. He has no practice. There's no ecclesiology. There's no authority of teaching. He's Pastor Marty Leeds, but how does he determine someone else can't be a pastor?
In front of thousands of people, giving it over to God. Maybe you don't think that's true. Well, it is true. And I became a pastor because I was called to do this.
Yeah, like every pastor says, like every single other person who declares themselves a pastor with no authoritative, ecclesiological, or historical authority. I felt it. Everybody says that, Marty. Every single one.
Over to God. Maybe you don't think that's true. Well, it is true. And I became a pastor because I was called to do this. I put my wife has sacrificed a lot of things. We've sacrificed a lot of things as far as we could be making lots of more money and all this other stuff and blah, 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 blah. But we're like, no, this is what we have to do because I've been called to do it. I'm an
you called to do it.
Apostle of the Lord.
You're an apostle of the Lord. You were called to do it. But you can't trace your ecclesiology and your practices back to the apostles. But you're an apostle of the Lord. You're an apostle of the Lord, but there's no structural church that you can point to. There's nothing that your crappy, crusty, Gnostic views tie back to Christ's Great Commission. Your teaching is not episcopal. You have no hierarchy. You have nothing. But you had a feeling, though. Trust me, bro. Okay, Joseph Smith. You're a Yort Mormon. You're a number Mormon. He's resentful. Yeah, it's pure resentment.
I could have been making more money. I could have done this. I'm an apostle. I just declare myself an apostle. I'm an apostle. Yeah, know who else is an apostle? What's her name? Crick. What's her name? Crick. Remember Andrew did early OG days, lunatics on the internet? Apostle Crick, the chick. Hey, Marty, how do you determine Apostle Crick, the chick, isn't a true apostle? She got the same feeling as you. Committing fraud? I mean, maybe. Most cults end up that way.
Whether you think that or not. And I don't give a shit what any of you think.
Well, it's not about thinking. It's about whether or not you can actually justify the claim, Marty. Whether or not you're a true apostle. What does that mean, Joseph Schmitty?
Have you ever dropped a tetramorph while looking at the stars from the world ley lines in the middle of the street?
Yeah, actually. Does he live in a teepee? It's a yurt. It's just gematria yurt.
All get sorted out at the end of this life, won't it?
Yeah, Nalo Ray is an apostle now.
And we'll all know who's judging who. Because we're not judging you. I don't think that you're not a Christian. I think you're a bad Christian.
Wait, so Christians can hold contradictory theology? Dude. So wait, so Orthodox are Christian now? Huh. That's weird. Orthodox are Christian now. Huh. Interesting.
I'm not saying you don't believe in Christ and things like that. I think you're just a lost little sheep and you don't know shit.
Because being found is knowing stuff. You see how translucent they are? You're a lost little sheep and you don't know shit. Yeah, know shit, right? That's your standard, right? For being found. Do I know Kai? Yeah, I know him. Yeah. He seems reasonable. And he's Mormon, yeah. Yeah.
But I'm an apostle of the Lord. And
you're an apostle of the Lord. Okay.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
Okay, buddy.
You decided to come over and continue.
Look at that face. Look at that face. Oof. Seething, man. Look at that face. Take a break, Marty, man. Take a break, dude.
I'm an apostle. I'm an apostle. I'm an apostle.
Yeah, totally. Okay, you're an apostle. Go on.
Continually call me a pervert and a fucking heretic. Well, you poked the bear, and I'll answer.
You poked the bear, and I'm going to answer now.
If you do want to debate at some point, at this point, I don't even want 3 against 1. Bring a fucking army. I'm not even joking.
The pride, the flaring up, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy.
We'll do 8 hours, and I'll just keep asking the same questions again and again and again and force an answer out of you. We'll get a moderator. I don't actually...
I'll do it if you wear a wig.
...care about any of it.
You don't care about any of it? Wow, dude. You're bipolar. This guy's bipolar for sure. By the way, I don't care. By the way, peaches and roses. I love watermelon. That's why I'm standing. Actually, I don't really care much. I'm just happy to live my life in a year.
I don't care about this drama. I don't care about this theatrics. I don't give a shit about any of it.
So why you keep doing it?
But I do want to point out that you guys are absolute toddlers. And you're ignorant as fucking all hell.
Oh, goodness. We better hurry up and download the true descriptive elements. Otherwise, how are we going to get to where we need to get to, Marty?
And that's that.
And that's that.
So
please sign up for my course. You'll have to sign an NDA where you can't actually question my authority. It's actually in the course description.
Jay does, I'll debate you. No, Jay, I don't want to debate you. If David Patrick or whatever comes, he's like, I want to debate you, Marty. I'm like, no. Now I want 3 against 1. I want 5 against 1.
The pride. I want 5 against. Why? What?
I want it to be completely unfair.
You want it to be unfair?
I want the moderator to be on your side. That's what I want.
Okay, so how could that come from any place other than pride?
Because I got some questions, gentlemen. Cool? We done? We're done. Scene.
He actually has to play my... Golgotha is the new hermeneutics. Jesus Christ, non-divine. You play video games. You didn't tell me you play Dress Up today. Yeah. Thanks for the $5, Marty, misleads. Hope you're having a good day, you filthy pervert heretic. That's good. Good on me. Good on me. What was the last thing I said to Jim Bob? May God bless you and your family. Gosh, dude, look, we don't worship the same God, Marty. I don't want you to bless my family. Okay? Clearly, you're very miffed. Clearly, you're bothered. And this is what I said to him, making me a good person. And this is what he does to me. And I did the good thing, and I want to give it to charity. And this is what he says to me. His name is Marty. He misleads everyone, counting numbers on his thumb, numbers on his hands. He says, sign up for my Gnostic Academy. I'll teach. It was catchy. You secret things you never knew that only I can teach. That's off the dome, dude. That's why you guys super chat me. That's why you love me. He's a nasty. It's not because I know things. Nasty boy. He's a nasty, nasty, nasty little boy. Beautiful. Needs a nice, strong 4-note harmonica solo. I've been a gematria song. I can't find it on the internet. It's quite the song, though. Nasty little, nasty little, nasty little gematria tard. Damn, when you put me on 1.5, I sound like Dolly Parton. Counting every number, I'm gonna count really hard. That's why they call me little nasty, nasty tard. I see numbers every day and I see them everywhere. I'd make some videos about those numbers, nobody really cares. Cause I'm a nasty little tard, I'm playing in the yard. I'm a nasty little tard, and I'm playing in the yard. They call me Marty Smarty, and they know that I misleads. If you tune into my live stream, you'll get caught into the weeds. I'm gonna keep your brain on thinking, all the super chats coming, all the dots. Cause nasty gematria is really all I got. They call me nasty. I'm a retard. I can draw lots of numbers in the sandbox and out there in the yard. Call me nasty, nasty tard. Have you counted today to number 10? Or maybe we should go to 110. Do you know what this symbol means? Sign up for my class. Cause I've got knowledge that no one else could ever surpass. I know more than the church fathers. I know more than everyone. Sign up for my Nasty Academy. At least you'll have some fun. 11? Did you see an 11? Did you say 7? Dude, how can you play that as a diss? What are you doing, man? How do you play that to your audience, Marty, as a diss? What the? They call me nasty, I'm a retard. Do you know any Haunted Houses songs? No? you know any gematria songs? How do you play this at disc? Did you say 9/11? Where Jesus was crucified? Yeah, dude. It doesn't matter. If you have no practice, having the knowledge only tickles your brain. You're a fact brain masturbator. You are. That's why you're a pervert. That's right. You diddle your brain. That's right. That's your entire career, bro. Why did he keep this part, man? What are you doing, man? You're not supposed to keep the roasts of you. You got no sacraments. You got no church. You got no body. You got no... Yeah, this is still his video. This is his video. This is his video. This is not mine. Leadership. You got no ecclesiology. It's just Marty in a yurt. That's gotta hurt.
Hey guys, you wanna sign up for my thing? I got a lot of folders to show you. Did you know that this means that?
He played this for his audience. This is hilarious. What are you doing? Why'd you do that? Marty, guys, dude, why'd you do... Best improv, little bit of drums and some more porch instruments. Oh, it'd be great. Super fast, yeah. Super fast would be good. What do we do with it? You sign up... Like pots and pans, though, for drums, you know? That real, like, rugged, tinny sound.
For another program where I tell you that equals this. Then we'll do numbers, and then we'll do some math, and then I'll talk your head off.
You dum-dum. You brain diddler. Brain diddler is hilarious, dude. All right, Marty. Prayers to Marty. Goodness. Oh, wait, no, he's gonna... Oh, wait, no, he plays guitar, too.
Onto some real shit. Okay. So, this is a
Oh, okay, no, that was the end. Okay, never mind. Okay. Call me nasty, yeah, washed up bass. Yeah, like that board. Jim Bob's a bully, said the crybaby. Yeah, seriously. Oh, yeah. So you're being, quote, mean. Right. Okay, that was the angle. Is like, look at him being really hilariously mean. Yeah, I thought we were going to battle through song. Yeah. Well, that's another part that I think he's, like, looking at me, isolating me, because he's just like, you also play guitar and sing? I can't have that. Jesse Wells would have took 15 minutes to write a prompt to AI, spit out that gold. I know. Someone made a really funny Jesse Wells impression, finally. I'm not a bully. I'm a rage baiter. Oh, yeah, dude. His audience had to be like, well, I mean, it's kind of got a fun feel to it. If we're honest, it had a kind of a fun swing to it. I kind of like that. You like that, don't you? You like that, don't ya? Gnashing teeth. Seriously. I can't rap, though. I can't rap, so that's not happening. What happened with the Aaron Abke convo debate, the Chick Andrew debate on whatever? She's literally... Oh, yeah, I know. She must have been a follower, huh? I don't know. I mean, it's not... Obviously, debate right now is not my priority. We've got a whole other month plus or whatever, so I'm not too concerned with it. Rage farming is good, honest work. It's a hard day's work. Yeah, there's nothing to teach there, though. That's the thing. It's like Gnosticism, you know, the earliest forms of it, there's no maintenance and there's no good metaphysics and there's no good praxis. How do you practice it? Like, seriously, it's a basic question. How do you practice this? What are you doing when you practice this? What are we doing? What do we do? Well, you listen to me. You know, you listen to me. You sign up for me, what I do. You sign up. That's what you do. It's great. It's great. You can sign right up. So absurd. It's not what men, like, for the most part, it's not even what men are looking for. Men are looking for how to participate with sacrifice. They're looking for to be called into something difficult. I honestly wonder what the male-female ratio is to the people who sign up for Marty's course, honestly. It would be interesting to know that. I wonder. Help me nasty. That would be really good with the chorus, with the fifths, 1 and the 5th harmony. Get that real bluegrass home barn feel. Get that home barn feel. It was Nick of Fearless Truth's first informal debate. He could use some coaching. Wait, against the Muslim? I watched some of it. Who is it? Oh, it was that guy. The dude was wild. Right? You're talking about that guy, right? The wild dude. Real bad. Real bad stuff. It's a bad man. That's a bad man. Last week was only me and 2 vegan lesbians there. Wow. It was just you two, Fajin. Yeah, it's Gematria. Yeah. You know to show them the circle of fifths, yeah. Yep, the circle of fifths are in the astrology. You can find the circle of fifths in the stars, just so you know. Anyway, it's about 3 for me. Really appreciate your support and lovely company here, as usual. You know, we're still a really fairly small, intimate chat, but it's just so good and rich here. Even our opposition somehow indirectly make things good here. So, yeah, I won't be debating anybody until after Pascha, regardless of what it is. I've seemed to find my niche, which is evolution, scientism. My niche isn't Christian theology, Christian history, only partly maybe some metaphysics, Christian metaphysics. And so that'll be continuing my focus if it comes to debating. But the other thing is, it's like I have so much more to give than debating. And, you know, from my own assessment, I'm a above average debater, but there's much more that I can bring than debating. And so I kind of wanted to make this year focus more on that. Not to say I won't debate, but like there's just so much stuff to make. So much more shorts I could make. People, you guys were really encouraging with that Orthodox inspired short that I made. You guys were really encouraging to make more things in that vein. So I'm accepting the challenge. Thank you. You're welcome, Haley. Appreciate you. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Brutal. It was brutal. Anywho, what else is there? They call me nasty. Nasty. Yeah. Stanley, another $5. Again, shout out to Stanley for a very generous tip today. Much love to you and your family. I don't get what people say Orthodox is so hard. I used to be an atheist and it doesn't seem hard just compared to like Protestantism. Do they mean like hard, like it's difficult to do it? I guess the shock extanglia could be. Because it's actually more hard in your head. It's not the actualizing the praxis that ends up being like only the hard thing. I think the first step is like people think in their head, I can't possibly go there. I can't possibly do that for that long. Oh my gosh, that service is so long. Oh my God, there's another service? Oh, what's a pre-sanctified thing? Oh, I have to do that. They're hit with so many traditional inclusive events, practices, fasting. Like it's I could see why people coming from just like modernity purely could see it's a lot. I could see that. But I don't know, for those of you in the chat who've moved into Orthodoxy, whether you're baptized or not, the continuation of Orthodoxy and praxis, you notice that your experience of even going to liturgy may have started with this long process where you're sort of lost in it and it occurs as going on forever. And now, you know, after a year plus practicing, it's like, at least for me, I'm never thinking, oh, is this almost over? There's never that like rebellious child's thought. In fact, I used to get out of there earlier to just avoid talking to people. And now me and my family close out fellowship every single time. We're talking like they have to flick the lights. Yeah, fasting is hard. Yeah. Fasting, it actually can be pretty hard. Even for me, I'm like, ugh. Short video you made was really great. I hope you make more. Did you post it anywhere? It's on, yeah, I mean, it's just on YouTube, but yeah, I'll make more things. I got a cool little lens. A cool lens that adds that cinematic view. So I'm going to take advantage of that. You guys talk about Protestants so much, but Protestants never talk about y'all. I don't agree with that, Alchemist. That's false. The people who talk the most, whether they're Protestant or Orthodox, are the people online. The people practicing Protestantism and Orthodox largely are not talking to anybody about any of it. They're inside their own groups. But no, that's false. There's plenty of Protestants channels that are focused highly, especially in the last 2 years, Alchemist. Orthodoxy being the focus of a lot of theological talks, live streams, debates, has massively increased in the last 2 years. That's just false, Alchemist. And further, you know, a Protestant couldn't really take the authoritative position that the Orthodox might be in some sort of soteriological hellstorm. They have to say, well, as long as you believe in Christ and whatever, you take one of these positions, there's no reason why you can't be Orthodox anyway. Whereas an Orthodox position is taking a narrow, exclusive position. So if there was a disparity between Orthodox talking about all the other heretical sects in America especially versus those heretical sects talking about Orthodox, most of those people don't even know what Orthodoxy is. First time I heard about Orthodoxy, I was 40 years old. 40. That's crazy, man. And so Orthodox are concerned partly in correcting, like getting people out of heresy. Why not? Of course. They should be. Yeah, it's mostly this, though. It's mostly this being the case for sure. The hardest part is learning all the things we were never taught about in church history. There's so much misrepresentation. Yeah, For me, I'm like a child going in. That's why it's not like an own. If I don't know something, I don't remember. Dude, I spent most of my life, you're right, early on, I'm taught partially by my mom around the kitchen table. Her view, her, biblical assessment or whatever. There's no study. I wasn't studied. I was never studied. Still not studied. That's why it's not like an own to ask me a question about something that would otherwise seem basic to most people who are raised and sort of trained in Christian doctrine and terms. I'll probably fail most of those things, but that's just not how I view, coincidentally, not how I view it. Is it better to know them? Yeah. Is it good to know them? Sure. Yeah. But it's just not the standard. There's almost a Pascal's wager with it. If the Eucharist is true, the way Orthodox describe it, what does the prod have to lose? In a sense, Brady also, if anyone held the view that's like faith alone, Christ alone, Scripture alone, that's when it gets a little bit of a problem. But the others, like I always ask people that, like if you really believe that it's only faith and you don't need all these other things, then you also don't need to stop doing them either. So if some faith alone person was like, well, you don't need that Orthodox, man-made traditions or whatever they would say. You go, oh, interesting. You don't need them. Okay, so what do we need? You just need faith in Christ. You just declare he is Lord and you're good. And he already died for all of the things you're about to do this weekend, by the way. And you're like, oh, good. I was about to get a ticket to Vegas. I can't wait. And they're like, well, yeah, he forgave you for that ahead of time, so that's good. And then you're like, well, then I can go back to liturgy, right? Once I've established just by faith alone who Christ is and that everything's all good, I can just keep going to liturgy, right? And they're like, yeah, definitely. Don't worry about it after that. They call me nasty. I'm a tardo. Anywho. Anything else, y'all? I hope Tony's okay. Prayers to Tony. He's a little sick. So, prayers to anyone else who's sick. And also, you guys, there's a family friend named Brooks who I'm requesting all of you to pray for. He's sick. I won't be too specific, but prayers needed for Brooks. Play the 9/11 song. Guess I can do that. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go.
Chase Cross paying my weekly yacht tax.
Thank you.
To fellow Yachtlandians.
Thank you.
May the Lord grant you to live in peace, love, and unanimity, and may the grace of the Holy Spirit strengthen you in every good work. Saint John of Kronstadt, Orthodox cross emoji.
Thank you for that, Chase. God bless you. Golgotha. Golgotha. It was early in the evening and I'm yelling to the sky. Well, I swear I've seen the second sun, I'm telling you no lie. Like a pair of burning eyes staring at me from afar. Thought I'd chase them down, so I hopped on in my car. And as I turned the key, I looked and they were gone. Don't know what I seen, but something's going on. Bright blue sunny morning, not a single cloud in sight. Ground zero's calling for a non-existent flight. Like a double game of Jenga, they came tumbling to the floor. Something had to justify a 25-year war. The mothers, they came forward, demanding truth for all. Anyone with a half a brain would know that's not how buildings fall. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. "1969 and we're gathered round the tube. Oh, Jackie's dead after he said we're going to the moon. And everyone believed that we finally won the race. Now the whole world's mesmerized by animated space. Half a century later and we still have not gone back. But we nailed it on our first attempt in a flimsy tinfoil shack. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Now I go outside and I see zombies everywhere, with the windshields on their faces, looking for the next big scare. And all their little screens tell them they are close to harm. Big Pharma says no worries, just let us in your arm. I don't know about you, I'm keeping my veins clean. I will not be an extra in your one-world movie scene. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. You play hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. Anytime. Crazy my little love, shady grove I say. Crazy love, my little love, I'm bound to go lane. Shady grove, my little love, shady grove I say. Shady grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes of curious brown. She's the darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Give myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Beaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I wanna want it all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Oh, God. Stop it properly. Why is it still going? Hello? Do you guys hear an echo? What the heck? I hear an echo. Do you guys hear an echo? What the heck? Seriously, why is there an echo? Okay, I guess that's a good time to end this. Oh, no, that's... How about now? Oh, what? No, it's still echoing. What the? Wait, what changed? No, it's like... It shouldn't be... What the heck? It's not feedback. How about now? How about now? How about now? Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. It was a delay on my guitar picking up my audio. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I'd sit up on those rocks and I'd dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. And I never made a deal my soul they couldn't steal. Packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Down that on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. I went back to the mountain town. Got a little old farmhouse by the stream, and I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Town that on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Did you do that was Ozzy and did that short one. Yeah, but that's the song, yeah. That's right. That was Ozzy in the chat. Jim Bob is quadruple the musician than the debater. Thank you? Thanks? Wait. Thanks? Wait a second. Thanks? Sitting in the morning sun, sitting till the evening's gone. Sometimes I'll catch myself playing a progression. I'm like, that's a black guy. Wait, that's a black guy. 3:30 in the afternoon. I need something in my tummy. And you know I'd done all I could today to be funny. Well, I hope I provided some laughs. There's no one live that I can see on the other side of this stream. But that don't matter today, you can find your way without me. And I bid you farewell. Goodbye. So long.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.